We may begin. Oh, just a moment, sorry. We may begin now.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting. Today is Wednesday, July 17th, 2024. The time is 2:09 p.m. and we are in the Building and Safety Room at 201 North Figueroa Street, 9th floor, Los Angeles, California. I am President Thyris Mason. I will be chairing this meeting. The following commissioners are present: Commissioners Lim, Nash, and Melendez. I'm going to go over some housekeeping items before we get started. This meeting is being recorded. Therefore, we ask that when addressing the commission, you speak close to the microphone and only one person at a time. Please state your name each time you speak. Members of the public who wish to only listen to the commission meeting and not provide public comment may call council phone at 213-621-2489 or 818-904-9450. This meeting is also being live streamed. Individuals who wish to watch this meeting may do so by visiting cannabis.lacity.gov and clicking on the About menu item on the top. Under the About menu, click the Commission Meetings link, scroll down to the bottom of the Commission Meetings page to find the live stream. We will be following the agenda order for the most part. Agendas are located on the table by the entrance door along with speaker cards. Individuals who are physically here and wish to address this commission must fill out a speaker's card and specify which item or items you are going to speak on. Individuals can provide public comment or comments about a specific item in person or virtually via the Zoom link provided on the agenda. If you are present at the meeting, please fill out a speaker card and turn it in to Irene, who is in the lobby, or Josie, who is waving her hand. When I call your name, please come up to the podium and clearly state your name. If you are in the Zoom call, when the item you wish to speak on is called, press *9 to get on the speaking queue. The Commission Executive Assistant will call out each speaker by the last 4 digits of their phone number to identify the caller. The caller will be prompted to unmute themselves by pressing *9. We will consider general public comment and single or multiple agenda items together. Therefore, speakers will have 1 minute for general public comment and 1 minute per item with a maximum of 2 minutes for multiple items. In total, an individual speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes of public comment per meeting. Representatives from neighborhood councils who have filed a resolution or a community impact statement with the city clerk which relates to any item on the agenda will be given time to speak during the item itself. Please provide a copy of the filed statement or resolution to the Commission Executive Assistant. Any neighborhood council representative speaking on behalf of their neighborhood council must provide a letter on their letterhead stating the neighborhood council's position on the matter. Absent any neighborhood council documentation, comments may still be provided during the public comment period. We ask that speakers state whether they are providing general public comment and or which other item or items they are speaking on before they begin to comment, so that staff can appropriately time them. If the speaker does not specify which items they are speaking on, 1 minute will be provided. PowerPoint presentations presented to the commission today, whether it is by the department or applicants, will be posted online and made available to the public via DCR's website within 2 business days. Please turn off your cell phones or put them on vibrate so as not to disturb the proceedings. Please be respectful. Disruptions will not be tolerated. If you disrupt the proceedings, you will receive 2 warnings. If you continue the disruptive behavior, you will be asked to leave the meeting. We will now begin with item number 1, which is a report from the Assistant Executive Director. Mr. Colleen, is there a report?
No, Madam President, there's not a report from the department today.
Thank you so much. We're moving on to item 2, which is commission business. Commissioners, you should have an advanced calendar in front of you with our future meeting dates. Please take a look and advise if there are any planned absences from any of the commissioners. We can put me down for October 17th. Any other planned absences? Okay, we're moving on to the approval of minutes. We were sent the minutes of June 20th, 2024 for review. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
This is Vice President Nash. I move to approve the minutes.
Thank you, Vice President Nash. Is there a second?
Mr. Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We're moving on to commission announcements and updates. Commissioners, are there any announcements or updates? Hearing none, we are moving on to future agenda requests. Commissioners, are there any future agenda item requests? Hearing none, we will move on to item number 3. This is a reminder that any representatives from neighborhood councils who have filed a resolution or a community impact statement with the city clerk, which relates to any agenda item, will be given time to speak during the item itself. Please provide a copy of the filed statement or resolution to the commission executive assistant. Any neighborhood council representative speaking on behalf of their neighborhood council must provide a letter on their letterhead stating the neighborhood council's position on the matter. Absent any neighborhood council documentation, comments may still be provided during the public comment period. We will now open general public comment and single or multiple agenda items. Speakers can address the commission on non-agenda related items that are within the jurisdiction of the commission or provide public comment for items in today's agenda. If you are listening on the live stream and have called to provide public comment via Zoom, please mute the live stream audio before you begin speaking to eliminate feedback. We will alternate between calling up individuals here at the meeting and those on the call. Please bear with us. Are there any speaker cards or callers? We will begin with Do Sung Wang.
Madam President. So I'm serving as an interpreter for both of them. Do you want one at a time up on the podium or can they both be?
They
Okay.
can both be
Okay.
here, but together you will have.
So they want
so
you to speak.
Is this public comment or are you
Public comment as
speaking
well
on
as
a
specific.
specific item?
Yes.
Okay, so then you'll be back up for the specific item.
Well, he can speak now for general public.
This is Emily Wada for the City Attorney's Office. Commissioner Mason, I believe that it's within your authority to group all the public comment now. So you can ask him if he has comment on general and or any specific item here and then combine his time, which often makes it easier. Or you can take all general now and then call public comment for each individual agenda item, which is not a process that we generally follow, but you're entirely entitled to do that if you want.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and allow for general and specific now.
And then
Thank
also,
you.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Mason, just one more interruption. And just to be clear with the public commenters that are here, these are two separate individuals. Is that correct?
That's correct. Husband and wife.
Okay, so I think to make things easier from a Brown Act perspective, we take public comment by individual and we have a
Okay.
clock timer
Right.
that's involved. So it would be easiest for us if we maybe take public comment from either the husband or the wife first, finish their time, and then go on to the next person. Does that make sense?
예, 사모님 먼저 하시고 남편이 그러니까 예, 그러니까 한 사람 하고 한 사람하고 끝나고 한 사람하고 제가 통화하고 남편하고 하거든요. 이렇게 하시면 되겠습니다.
Wonderful. So,
That's agreeable.
okay, wonderful. So if you tell us what you would like to speak on general and or any specific item, we can allot the appropriate minutes to each, and then you are allotted double that time to take account for your interpreter.
Sounds good. Thank you. 지금 그래서 그 일반적으로 편집한 것에서 이야기를 하시고 그다음에 끝나고 나면 구체적으로 우리 가게 옆에 있는 것에 대해서 이야기를 할 수 있으면 선생님 앉아 계십니다. 네. 이제 그
말해요.
네. 말씀하세요. 이제
네.
편집한 것에 대해서
며칠 전에 4,100.
Wait, I'm sorry, ma'am, if you could
Oh,
please
sorry.
specify if you're going to, what you're going to provide comment on. Is it general public comment?
as
And
general comment, as I understand, and then she's going to speak. So it'll have to be separately done. Is that correct?
no. So that's why I want to know what
Yeah.
you're providing comment on. Is it just general or is it general and a specific
It's
agenda item?
general and specific.
Just one item or two items or how many items?
So they want to speak to item number 5, the application. So in essence, so this was established to me outside the
Mhm.
hearing
Mhm.
because I wanted to get better understanding of what's going on. So they're here in opposition of the application
Okay.
and
That-
and they submitted a letter to the commission,
Yeah.
which they believe you have it
Yeah.
translated.
So if they'd like to do general comment
Uh-huh.
and comment on agenda item number 5, that's
correct.
2 items.
Okay.
So that would be 2 minutes, 1
Okay.
minute per each,
Yes.
times 2 would be 4 minutes.
Okay.
And of course, the commission president has discretion to increase that time for the interpretation skills if you so choose. So it should be
So,
4 minutes or more,
예,
it's up to you.
예.
Commissioner president,
일반적으로 구체적인
Thank you.
말들은
I'll allow
그런
6
적이
minutes total.
6
6
minutes total for Mrs.
Sounds good.
Wonderful,
지금
thank you.
전반적으로 우리 3분 저 전반적까지
오케이.
합쳐 3분이거든요. 그러니까 이거 하기 전에 이제 일반적으로 그걸 하시면 돼요. 그러니까 통지를 못 받았다. 학교 근처에 있다. 그런 건 이야기 하시고 이제 하시면 됩니다. 이렇게 말씀을 우선 물어보세요. 편지를 받았느냐고.
예. 제가 편지를 보냈는데요.
네.
편지를 받으셨는지 제가 한국말로 써갖고 편지를 보냈거든요.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you. I submitted a letter, although it's written in Korean, but I believe you might have had it translated in English. Did you folks get a chance to read the letter that I submitted? 네, 다 보고
예, 예.
읽어보셨답니다.
예, 예.
So can we clarify that general, that during the comment period, we can't talk back and forth with her or
Oh, so you
acknowledge any
cannot ask
questions?
questions to you.
No.
She cannot ask questions. Is that right?
No.
그러니까 질문을 하는 건 아닌가 봅니다. 그래서 이제 말씀을 끊어서 하시면 제가 통역을 할게요.
예. 저는 바로 옆집에 살고 있지만요. LA시로부터 편지 공지서를 받지 못했습니다. 책임자 같은 사람한테 제가 물어봤어요. 그랬더니 옥상에 마리아나를 재배하고 팔 것이라는 것이에요.
잠시만요. 제가 통역할게요.
네.
I understand that you've read my letter, but to reiterate, the reason why I'm here is because to speak against it. And the reason is I've only received the notice few days. Well, I did not receive. I saw the notice that was attached on property address 4156. I live or I have business right next door, but I did not receive any independent letter or notice in this regard. So when I saw that attachment, the notice attachment, attached notice, I asked someone who is doing the construction work, who looks to be in charge. So from that person, I gathered that on the roof, cannabis, marijuana plants will be grown and ultimately be sold. 여기까지 했어요.
네. 그리고요, 저희 몇 블락에 이제 세 군데 가게를 지나면 주거용 하우스가 있고요. 몇 블락 떨어진 곳에 델레반 드라이브 엘리멘터리 스쿨이 있습니다.
잠시만요. From that address, 4156 Verdugo, 3 stores down is a residential area. And then a few blocks from that 4156 Verdugo addresses, elementary school, the Levian Drive Elementary School.
그리고요, 저와 남편은 적극적으로 반대하고요. 저희 집에 바로 건물이 지금 세워지고 있는데 미관상으로도 좀 안 좋고 바로 벽 사이가 3인치밖에 안 됩니다. 그런데 어떻게 그거를 합법적으로 그거를 허가를 받고 지어지고 있는 건지, 만약에 이제 지진이라든가 불이 나면은 어떻게 할 것인지 그런 것도 참 궁금하고요.
So my husband and I are here to speak passionately against the business to be in operation. To me, it looks like it's going to only attract not positive population, and then the scent of cannabis is not ideal, and it's pretty strong odor, not pleasant odor, and I think it's going to attract not positive characters. So I wonder how the city of LA allowed for this construction to be permitted, and the city of LA, I'm sure, is considering the security, health, and related matters. And I have spoken to my neighbors who are also in opposition. I have the letters with me because they only found out a few days ago. 계속하세요.
예. 그리고 LA시에서는요, 어떠한 사고, 치안 문제,
이거
건강
했어요.
문제
끝냈어.
이런 거 다 하셨어요.
네.
예. 그럼 다 된 것 같아요.
So I think that pretty much kind of sums up my sentiment on this topic. 더 하실 말씀 아까.
그리고요, 저희 이웃들한테 제가 다 물어봤어요. 편지를 받았냐고. 그랬더니 받은 사람이 딱 한 사람이 있어요.
네.
그래가지고 그분한테 제가 그 종이를 받아서 카피를 했어요.
네.
그래가지고 그분들이 너무 이걸 진작 알았으면은 자기네들도 참석할 텐데
네.
너무 늦게 알아서 참석을 못 한다고.
네.
그래가지고 제가 사인을 받아갖고 왔습니다.
네.
그분들의 내용을요. 그래서 이 선생님 것을 읽어주실 거예요.
Of the neighbors and business owners of neighboring address from mine, I've spoken to
President
everyone.
Mason, the 6 minutes are up. Will you allow?
Okay, no, the time is up.
It's gone 6 minutes already.
Yes. How much more does she have left?
I'm just going to sum up what she said. That she spoke to the neighbors and that they couldn't be here because they didn't get the notice. Only one person got the notice. So 2 people have written the letter, and I would like the interpreter to read the letter that they wrote.
If they're not here, I can't allow it.
그분들이 직접 안 오셨기 때문에 이 편지 내용을 받아들일 수가 없다고 그러네요.
이거는 시에서 좀 잘못한 거라고 저는 생각합니다.
아까 말씀하셨던
예.
연기해달라고 결정한 거
예.
연기해달라고.
예, 좀 이거를요.
네.
그 주위 분들한테 편지를 다 보내셔가지고 한 번 더 공청회를 했으면 좋겠습니다.
So I would like to sum up my comments, and that is that we don't believe we were properly noticed or served with what's going on with the construction of the business. And if nothing else, I would like to insist that the determination is postponed until our residents and the neighboring business owners will get a fair chance to express their whether pleasure or against this decision.
Okay, thank you.
다 끝났어. 우리가 시간이 많이 지나가서.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Beazle, are there any speakers in the queue?
There are no raised hands in the virtual meeting.
Okay, thank you. The next card is from Cesar Pena.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Please state your name and the items you wish to speak on.
Yes, my name is Cesar Pena. I'm speaking item number 5.
You have 1 minute.
Okay. There were no notices given to us neighbors. The school of proximity is really bad. A few years back, we had a building code, a meeting in Glasser Park, and buildings were such a way that will blend with the neighborhood. This building totally does not blend with the neighborhood. We have a coffee shop across the street from this business where family gather with children all the time. Parking situation is bad already. We had a cannabis business a while back, and the traffic was, the parking was horrible. And at that time, it also brought gang members and robberies to the neighborhood. The hammer time.
Your time is up. Thank you.
I ask a question. And I do have copies from neighbors too.
Mr. Beazle, any speakers in the queue?
There are no raised hands, but I will ask if anyone wishes to speak. They can raise their hand by dialing *9. There is a caller. Caller with phone number ending in 7354. Please state your name and the items you wish to speak on.
Hello, members. Thank you for taking my call. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we
Okay.
can hear you.
My name's Stephen Dennis. I've lived in that neighborhood. I'm calling about item 5, by the way, the marijuana shop.
Sure, you have
I'm against
1
it.
minute.
Okay. I'm against the marijuana dispensary. I'm a caretaker for my mom. We live 2 doors up. And, you know, as a former user, you know, the marijuana now is 10 times stronger. I mean, who knows what's in it? The smell's terrible. You know, it's bad. It's a bad situation. This is a residential neighborhood. You know, it'd be better suited downtown LA or in a industrial. But my question, I don't really have a question, but you should pose a question to the people that are proposing this. Would you like it next to your house and see what their response is? I'm pretty sure it would be no. So I don't want it next to my house. Okay, we live here. We've lived here over 40 years. And, you know, there's always shootings. There was somebody got killed on the one down at York down there. The bullets were flying, and I don't want to get hit with a stray bullet.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
And the last speaker card is from Prince Osayefo Oyadeye.
Good afternoon. My name is Prince Osajefu Oyadeye. I'm here to speak to item number 18, general public comment.
Is it general public comment and item 1? 18?
Yeah,
2 minutes.
thank you. I'm here to speak on item 18, SE number 43 LLC. DBA Cannabis House is a great addition to the community. Their emphasis on cannabis education is a unique approach to retailing. In addition, Cannabis House has created a friendly environment within the community to shop for legal cannabis. The "Welcome Home" tagline used to greet every customer on entry produces a feeling of ease, comfort, and welcomeness. Furthermore, the store is well lit, clean, and secure. Shopping at Cannabis House is an exceptional experience. They are also heavily involved in the USC community. Cannabis House has sponsored USC Cannabis Club events, given USC students discounts, as well as supported the fraternities and sororities on campus. Moreover, I would like to request that this commission grant SE number 43 LLC its annual license. Thank you.
Thank you. If anyone in the virtual meeting would like to provide public comment, please dial *9. Or anyone in the public that wishes to provide public comment, please fill out a speaker card with Irene.
Need to approach the podium, please. You already have.
Okay, thank you. Give me the chance, okay?
Can you just go ahead and
Please state your name for the record
Yeah,
and the item you are speaking on and whether or not this is general public
말씀하시고
or specific item.
item
both.
item number 5,
선생님 이름 말씀해 주시죠.
도성황.
My name is Do Sung Hwang. Item number 5.
예, 내가 거기 사는데
Okay, I will allow 3 minutes.
네, 한 2분 정도.
그 옆집에 사는
네.
사람인데
보고 하세요.
보저분인데
네,
스멜이 너무 안 좋고
네.
그 전에 그 주인 사람이 말이 안 하는지 냄새가 너무 안 좋아서 내가 이게 안 좋은데 그래서 너무 안 좋고 아주 싫어해요 나도.
네,
싫어하고
네, 요거 아까 사모님 요거 읽으라고 그러셨거든요. My name's Do Sung Hwang, and I'm the husband of the woman who spoke a few minutes ago. And I'm also against it because I'm very sensitive to the smell, the odor. And the previous residents or business owner before we got there could have been a cannabis user. It took me a while to get over the smell. And I thought it gave me kind of heart condition or heart palpitating. And the neighbors around our shop are also against it.
그리고 그 건축 그 빌딩이 세워졌는데 블럭으로만 해서 참 보기도 안 좋고 지진 같은 게 나면은 이게 좀 걱정도 되고 왜 그 동네에 그런 비즈니스가 들어와야 되는지 한
네.
아주
And also the construction of the building, I have questions, and residents and neighbors have questions because it's rather tall and it doesn't look good aesthetically. And also if there's a issue with tremors or earthquake, and what's the countermeasure for that?
그리고 그 사람이 그 빌딩을 사자마자 홈리스가 와가지고 차를 가지고 두 달 정도를 차에서 자면서 막 이래서 내가 뭐 좀 스트레스를 치운다고 그랬더니 거의 그 뭐 홈리스가 나를 막 싫어하고 막 이래서 나를 막 뭐라 그러지 킬한다고 막 이런 식으로 얘기해가지고 현재 아주 넓어서 돼서 아주 안 좋은 것 같더라고요.
When this new owner of the building or the property took over, it attracted some folks like the homeless folks, but they had cars, and they would park there for month and month, and then the area was not kept clean. So when I was insisting that the areas be clean or be tidied up, and when I was actually doing it myself, those folks were angry at me and said that they will harm me, that I'm going to kill you or something like that.
그냥 그 정도로. 네.
And also that what my wife said earlier is that we didn't get properly given the opportunity to speak on this. So please give
Thank
us
you. The time
chance
is up.
to be heard again or open this up for other people cannot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Vizal, are there any callers in the queue?
Yes. This caller does not have the number showing, so I will ask you to please state your name and the items you wish to speak on.
Thank you for the privilege.
Please state your name and which items you wish to speak on.
I don't know the item number, but my name is Henry Grayson. I'm responding to the cannabis shop pending to be placed at 2903 Western Avenue.
Okay, you have 1 minute.
That's all. I have 2 notices here. I own property there.
Go ahead, sir,
See what
your
I'm-
time.
Here, my aspect is a little different on this. I was born in 46, and so 46 to 68, I lived on 28th Street. I own property there. My grandchildren and children live on there, on 28th Street. 28th Street, when I was coming up, prostitutes were on the corner when I used to walk to 24th Street School on the corner. They're still there now. And to put a cannabis shop on 29th Street, it's difficult to grasp. May I give an example? There was a parole office on 28th Street, and across the street were parolees
Your
residing
time's up,
in
sir.
What's my point? What's my point? I have 2 notices because I own property there, and I get 30 seconds?
That was 1 minute.
Don't I get another minute for the notice?
No.
You know, I
No.
wanted to come down there, but they said that I could not come down there from your employee, not mine. It's serious for me.
Thank you, sir.
Are there any other speakers in the room who wish to fill out a speaker card? Mr. Vizal, are there any other callers on the line?
There are no other callers with a raised
Okay.
hand in virtual meeting.
At this time, I thank everyone for your comments. Both the general public comment agenda item and the single or multiple agenda item periods are now closed. I have a request from the department to take items 15, 19, 20, and 24 out of order to consider continuing those cases to a future date. Again, I am taking items 15, 19, 20, and 24 out of order at this time, only to consider a continuance. We are only considering the continuance and not the merits of the case. Therefore, anyone addressing this commission, including the department, will limit their testimony as to the reasons for the continuance. If this commission votes not to continue a case, we will consider it in the order on the agenda. Item number 15, which is DCR Core Record number 310145. The applicant is Flor LLC. Can the department please state the reason for the requested continuance?
Good afternoon, Madam President. Jason Glean, Assistant Executive Director. The department is recommending a continuance because the applicant submitted an updated operating agreement that we have to review for compliance with LEMC Section 10420 to make sure that it complies before we can provide an updated recommendation.
Thank you, Assistant Director Colleen.
The department is requesting the item be continued until September 19th, which is the second meeting in September.
Thank you. Do you have any objection to the continuance? Commissioners?
Commissioner Melendez, I'm fine.
Is the applicant or the applicant's representative present?
No, Madam President.
Okay, thank you. Any additional comments for us?
No.
Okay, do the commissioners have any questions? Okay, hearing none, is there a motion to continue the matter to the meeting of September 19, 2024?
This is Vice President Nash, regarding item number 15. I make a motion to continue to the meeting on September 19th, 2024.
Thank you. Is there a second?
This is Commissioner Lim, I second that.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 19 is DCR Core Record number 310043. This is a request from Bloomforia LLC. Can the department please state the reason for the requested continuance?
Jason Glean, Assistant Executive Director. We received additional information related to the equity share review that the department needs to review. Therefore, we are recommending that this item be continued until September 19th to give an opportunity to staff to review the changes and make sure that it complies with LMC 10420.
Thank you. Is the applicant's representative or the applicant present?
Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Kyle Suffolk, and I'm a representative for Bloomforia.
Thank you for being here. Do you object to the continuance?
No.
Okay, thank you. Anything you want to share with us? You have 10 minutes.
Just that we've been working on this project since August of 2019. And like many applicants that have gone through this process, we faced a lot of hurdles and issues.
Excuse me, sir, if I could interrupt you. This is Emily Watt from the City Attorney's Office. I'm not sure if there's no pending recommendation to approve the application that we can hear from the applicant.
I believe it's just on the objection.
Continuance.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No worries. Well, we support the continuance.
Thank you. Does the department have any additional comments or information?
No, Madam President.
Okay, thank you. Do the commissioners have any questions for the department or the applicant? Do we have a motion to continue this to the meeting of September 19, 2024?
This is Commissioner Lim, in regards to agenda number 19, I make a motion to continue this application to September 19th, 2024.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you, Mr. Vizo. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Item number 20, DCR Core Record number 310030. This is a request from Benzo Alliance. Can the department please provide the reason for the requested continuance?
The department requested additional information as it relates to the operating agreement and the equity share review. The department staff are reviewing that information to make sure that it complies with LAMC 10420. Therefore, the department is recommending a continuance to September 19th of 2024 to give us the opportunity to review those documents and make sure they comply.
Thank you. Is the applicant or the applicant's representative here? Seeing no one present. Does the department have any additional information for the commission?
No, Madam President.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions or concerns for the department?
This is Commissioner Melendez. We're having a couple put on September 19th. Can we spread one of these out to one of the other dates? That way we don't have such a large agenda on any one of those days.
Jason Kleen, Assistant Executive Director. We have not completed the notice of complete applications for the September 19th meeting. As it relates to managing the pipeline, I can make sure that the continued items from today's hearing do not impact the total number of application records before this body on September 19th.
On that.
Thank you. Is there a motion to continue this matter to the meeting of September 19th, 2024?
This is Commissioner Lim. I'll make a motion in regards to number 20, DCR 310030. We continue this hearing to September 19, 2024.
It's Vice President Nash. I second the motion.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 24, DCR Core Record number 310006. This is a request from Poetree. Can the department please state the reason for the requested continuance?
Again, this is related to additional documentation tied to equity share review and making sure that the applicant meets the requirements under LEMC section 10420. The department has requested additional information from the applicant and we're working on doing that review. Therefore, we're requesting a continuation until September 19th of 2024.
Thank you. Is the applicant or its representative present? Thank you. And Mr. Killeen, any other comments for the commission?
Oh,
No, Madam President.
President Mason, I'm not sure if there's a raised hand in the virtual meeting. Not sure if that would be the applicant's representative.
You may verify.
Caller with phone number ending in 4117. Please state your name and whether you represent the applicant for item number 24.
Hello, yes, my name is Linda Lee and I'm a representative for Poetree.
Thank you. Do you object to the continuance?
I do not, but is there anything that we need on our end? Because we believe that we've provided all the information that was necessary to the DCR to process our license.
The department has received the additional documentation requested and staff are reviewing that documentation for compliance with Municipal Code Section 10420. So at this time, we're still reviewing the additional documentation. That's why we had requested the continuation for this item.
I see. Okay, there's no objection on our end with regard to the continuance. Thank you.
Thank you. Do the commissioners have any questions for department or the applicant? Hearing none, is there a motion to continue the matter to the meeting of September 19, 2024?
This is Commissioner Lim in regards to item number 24, DCR Core Record number 310006. I make a motion we continue this application to September 19, 2024.
Thank you, Commissioner Lim. Is there a second?
This is Commissioner Melendez. I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We are on to item 5, DCR Core Record number 310097. This is a request from Ava Hart Corporation to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a proposed 3,400 square foot commercial building located at 4156 Verdugo Road. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
There are no speaker cards and no raised hands in the virtual meeting.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good afternoon, Jason Kleen, Assistant Executive Director, to present item number 5. DCR core record number 310097 is associated with Hart Corporation. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail storefront with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The business is located in the Northeast Los Angeles Community Planning Area within Council District 13. The business address is 4156 North Verdugo Road, Los Angeles, California, 90065, which is zoned for neighborhood commercial purposes. The applicant has not been issued temporary approval. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-0001272-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales, commercial cannabis activity at this location, which is active through April 30th of 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of Municipal Code Section 10420 for the social equity program. Social equity applications are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 10420. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant, which is the business entity, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include certain language mandated by the municipal code in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR has reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided by the applicant and determined that the applicant meets the minimum equity share requirements at this time. On or about June 21st, 2024, DCR provided notice to the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all properties within 700 feet of the proposed parcel. Additionally, notice was provided on DCR's website in accordance with the municipal code. 2 virtual community meetings were held on Friday, July 5th, 2024 from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. and Thursday, July 11th of 2024 from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. During the meetings, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application and provide general public comment. The oral and written comments provided by the public were included in the staff report for this application. Comments about the application express concerns of the crowd it will attract to the neighborhood. The neighborhood will become a den for crime filled with the smell of marijuana and gangs, making it a dangerous place. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny the issuance of this annual license for the reasons articulated in the municipal code. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1, Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Therefore, DCR is recommending that the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of the annual license. And that concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Colleen. For purposes of public education, can you please inform when the department is required to notify the surrounding community of the presence of a potential cannabis operator?
DCR is required to post notice and provide mail notice within 20 days of the community meeting, as well as 20 days before the public hearing, which is before this body. To save applicants the additional cost of dual mailings, when DCR does the notice, we notice both the community meeting dates as well as the commission meeting dates. So we only do one meeting. DCR does work directly with the Bureau of Engineering to make sure that we have the addresses associated with all of the parcels within 700 feet of the project location. And then once we've vetted those parcels, we prepare mailings that go to the Department of General Services, and General Services mails those out. Then and only then do we update our website, which is the posted notice, to notify the public when we're going to be doing the community meetings, as well as when the public hearings would occur. Given the fact that the July 4th holiday fell on a Thursday and a number of folks were out of town, we did do a courtesy secondary community meeting on July 11th to give folks the opportunity to provide public comment who may not have been available to provide public comment on July 5th, which is the Friday before that holiday weekend.
Thank you. And as I understand the municipal code, there is no obligation for the department to notify the community when the potential operator assumes tenancy.
Other than doing the required mail notice and then posting the information on the website, there is no additional notice requirements to members of the public. When we do send the notice of complete application to the applicant, we do notify the council office, the local neighborhood council, as well as the business improvement district if applicable. And those are our only notice requirements.
Thank you so much for clarifying. Commissioners, any questions for the, other questions for the department? Don't go all at once.
This is Commissioner Melendez. Jason, is there any language in the municipal codes about odor that can be emitted or people smoking outside of a business?
Our section of the municipal code 104, does not speak specifically to odor. However, there are regulations within our rules and regulations that are posted to try to mitigate any odor that would be coming from the facility. For this particular applicant, they are only authorized to engage in retail storefront activities. So this business is not engaged in manufacturing, cultivation, or distribution at this particular location. Given the fact that any products that are available for sale do have to be packaged, odor should not be being emitted from this particular location. If there is a complaint about odor, that's something that could be submitted through the department's complaint portal, and then our compliance team can look into it. And then if applicable, work with the Department of Building and Safety to mitigate any of those issues.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Lim. In regards to the notice requirement, approximately how many houses does 700 feet does that cover? Just to get an idea. When we send out the notice, we send it within the 700 feet. We mail those out. Approximately how many houses does that cover?
For this particular parcel, I don't have an exact answer. Generally, if the lot is 50 feet wide, at least 14 parcels from the applicant's parcel in each direction would be notified. So you could have potentially over 100 different parcels be notified. However, in areas like downtown Los Angeles, where you have multifamily residential units, we've had instances where we've notified thousands of people within this particular location. But I do know we go based on the Bureau of Engineering report, which is the official list of all occupants within the city of Los Angeles to determine the owners and occupants within 700 feet of the project location. And then we use that official list to do the mailings.
This is Commissioner Lim again. There were some discussions about possible cultivation and growth in this location. However, looking at the application, it seems it's only for retail and possible delivery and no cultivation or growth. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. Any other questions for the department?
This is Commissioner Melendez once again. Jason, quick question. The Cannabis Commission does not have any jurisdiction over the permitting of construction for any business. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners? Thank you, Assistant Director Colleen. We will turn to a presentation from the applicant. We have Monica Sarkisov, kill me later, and Ken Seligson. Thank you for being here. Please state your names for the record, your relationship to the applicant, and you will have 10 minutes.
My name is Monica Sarkisov. I'm the operations director for applicant.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Ken Seligson. I am the attorney and compliance officer for Hart, and we are here representing application 310097. If you would please go to the next slide, just to kind of have this up so everyone can see. This is an architectural rendering of what the building looks like and what is currently in process of being built. Just to address the kind of initial concerns, everything at this property has been approved from the Department of Building Inspection, and that is complied with all earthquake requirements as well. So today I would like to discuss the exemplary operations of my client and advocate for their continued contribution to the community with the application of their new retail store located here at 4156 Vertigo Road. This will actually not be the first licensed cannabis business operated by my clients, Heights Cannabis. They currently have a cultivation license from the state, from Los Angeles, and they do have a nursery license. These are operated under a different entity, but nonetheless, these are experienced operators who know how to operate a cannabis business compliantly in the state of California. Since legalization in California and since Los Angeles has authorized licenses, we have never had any neighborhood issues, and we have never had any issues with the DCR or any compliance issues. Safe to say that there is an impeccable record with no complaints. Unfortunately, today, the sponsors of this project, Avo and Vahag, Vahag is our social equity applicant. They couldn't be here today. They're with their families on vacation in Armenia, which couldn't be rescheduled. But I did want to bring today Monica, who is our director of operations. And she's been with the company for 5 years. And Monica plays a key role in ensuring the seamless compliance and operational excellency of Heights Cannabis. Monica is in charge of the daily operations, and she consistently keeps me informed about compliance issues, legal and regulatory. So I wanted to take this time just to address some of the community members who have made a public comment today. First of all, we are not going to be cultivating at this location. This is exclusively for retail. There will be no cannabis plants on the roof, and there will be no issue with odor, as we do have an odor mitigation plan to ensure that there is no odor escaping the retail store, which, as the commissioner rightfully stated, all products are already packaged as they will be sold at retail. So there's no bulk hanging around. So there shouldn't be any issue with odor drifting to our neighbors. I did want to also address that comment about there being an elementary school nearby. It's actually 1.7 miles away. If you did a direct path of travel, it's about 8,900 feet. In addition to that, we have security on site, and nobody under 21 will be entering our business unless they have a medical card. If you do have a medical card in the state of California, 18 and above can come into the retail store. So anyone coming into the store won't be of elementary school age. In addition, there's no consumption occurring on this premises, so there will be no wafting of burned smoke or vaporized smoke. Additionally, we will not allow loitering around our property. One, it's in our best interest not to have any loitering, but also it is the law where you cannot have smoking within a certain distance of the doors of commercial buildings. Let's see. As I mentioned, this building is built to all California standards and has been approved by Department of Building Inspection. As you can tell, this building is absolutely gorgeous. It combines both a modern aesthetic as well as natural, contributing both to the beautification of the neighborhood. Ample parking will be in the back, eliminating any concerns about local parking and traffic congestion. I don't actually have the numbers with me today on the number of spots, but there will be ample parking based on the size of the building and our estimated number of consumers and customers coming in. There is office space on the second floor above the retail to enhance our kind of open floor plan, which I think really contributes to the community here. Now, the facility was created with safety and security in mind. The facility will be outfitted with state-of-the-art security, further adding to the community's security and overall beauty for this new building in Grassley Park. As the CRC already does know, the facility is not within any prohibited locations between any parks, libraries, or schools, ensuring that our operations at this cannabis retail store do not interfere or disrupt the community resources. Not only is Heights Cannabis going to beautify the neighborhood with this new building, but it also has been proactive in beautifying the communities in which it operates. Heights has donated to various veterans organizations, the Armenian Relief Fund, as well as they've legally donated cannabis through the state's SB 34 initiative, which allows cannabis businesses to donate cannabis to veterans and others who can't afford their medicine. The social equity aspect of the Heights cannabis retail operation is significant. Los Angeles has provided priority permitting for those folks who were disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs. VAHAG, who is our majority owner, qualifies as a social equity applicant. And as a leader of the retail initiative, Heights Cannabis is supporting Los Angeles social equity goals. In summary, Heights has been a model operator through its cultivation and nursery. It's been fully compliant. We've never had any issues. And we actively engage the community. And I would be happy to speak with all of the community neighbors who gave public comment today, just to help answer some of their questions and address some of their concerns. We're proud of our record and our contribution, and we look forward to continue to serve and uplift the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions before I jump in?
This is Commissioner Melendez.
Okay.
How do you spell Heights?
HEIGHTS.
Cannabis. And a couple questions. Is the color scheme that you have here on this presentation, is that the color scheme you guys are going to use for the whole building?
That one, I don't know. I'm not handling the design aspect or the building. The owner is.
So my understanding is that, yes, this is the correct rendering, but I would like an opportunity to follow up with you to give you a verified answer to that question.
No, thank you.
This is Commissioner Lim. I noticed in your application, you did not know what was on the premises before you developed this. It was completely demolished. Looking at Google Map, which is reliable, it was an old dilapidated house that was there.
I think it was a business, because most of them are all businesses next door.
Okay, so it was it looked like a
Commercial,
house,
yeah.
but it was a business within that house. And you demolished that house to build this thing.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Your security. Can you speak a little bit more about your camera situation, where they will be placed, what measures you will put in place to avoid consumption right outside of your building, adjacent to your building?
Absolutely. So we will be hiring a security company, and the security company will be on site at all times when the retail store is open. The security will be charged with ensuring that there are no individuals who are loitering around in the area or consuming cannabis on the property at all. And you asked about security and cameras. So the state has a very detailed approach to ensuring that every entrance, exit, and area of the premises is covered with cameras that will be recording in 1080 HD. So those recordings have to be kept for at least 90 days. And it will, in my view, ensure that the neighborhood is even more secure, because if something's happening around the streets and with, neighbors' properties, the likelihood that if it's within a view of the cameras from the business, we will have that recorded as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
This is Commissioner Lim. Talk to us about your odor mitigations program.
Yeah, so we have ensured that when we built the building and we're in the process of building it, that it is created in such a way that our storage is not anywhere where there would be a wall or a door that could exit out. So all of our storage is going to be secured in the back in a locked vault. The rest of the premises is only going to have display items. So you're not going to have open products anywhere near windows or doors that could then have the odor outside of it. In addition to that, our HVAC system is built in such a way where we're recirculating the air and not putting any of the air from inside directly outside without a carbon filter, which the carbon filter traps the odors. So there's shouldn't be any odor at all. And even within the retail store, it shouldn't smell like cannabis.
This is Commissioner Melendez. So as I was looking at the street where this proposed business will be. I noticed that it looked like a small town commercial area of that strip. Now, would you agree that that is kind of like a small town commercial area with a bunch of little stores that are in that area?
Yeah, I think it seems like a commercial district with, there's maybe some apartments mixed in there as well. I think the commercial designation is neighborhood commercial for zoning purposes.
Okay, thank you.
Great questions. Any more questions, Commission? Okay, I do see a hand in the back, but unfortunately, we cannot entertain questions from the audience. I do apologize. We can't do this. It's disruptive. That's warning number one. Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant, commissioners? Okay, then we are on to deliberations.
Obviously, the neighbors that are objecting to this is concerned because it's something new that hasn't been there. It's a fear factor, not in my neighborhood, but these are potential problems. And, I do think that having, looking at the previous picture and the new model, I think it would be an upgrade to the neighborhood, having a modern system like this one. And as we all know, the cannabis retail has always been, for the most part, good neighbors and working together. I understand the fear. It hasn't been built. It hasn't opened. So there's always a concern of what could happen. But from our experience, cannabis retail has done, added a lot of positive to the neighborhood.
Thank you.
I agree with Commissioner Lim. I mean, part of the tenement of being entrepreneurs is opening up businesses, and sometimes businesses and people in the neighborhoods just might not be as pro and happy that these businesses pop up. But a well-run business is a well-run business, and everybody has the opportunity and the right to run their businesses. So, then that's what the legal system's here for. If it's not run correctly, then everybody has the right to complain and have their voice heard. But I think it's, from their track record and from, and as long as they'd be willing to field questions from the neighborhood to be able to kind of relieve some of their concerns, I think everything seems fine.
I think we live in a city where some businesses reach out to the community and let them know, hey, we're coming and this is what we're going to be doing. Whereas others, and they do that voluntarily, whereas others are required to do that. This is a particular instance where the community outreach doesn't happen until it's close to a cannabis hearing time. It's unfortunate that there is a perception out there that businesses should inform the community that they are present or are going to be present and the nature of their business. But again, we live in a world where that requirement does not exist across the board. And I say that to acknowledge the upset of the community members who feel like they weren't informed when construction began, what was going to be there. But again, 9 times out of 10, most of us aren't informed about what's being built next door until there's signage and we find out that's what's going to be there. And it doesn't make it right, but it's important that it be understood that that is how the city works. And I thank you for speaking to the concerns of the community. I thank you for being open to having a conversation with the audience members here who are having those concerns. I want y'all to have that conversation out there where we can't hear it, but thank you for being open. And with that being said, is there a motion?
This is Vice President Nash regarding item number 5, DCR core record number 310097 for the business premises located at 4156 Verdugo Road. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated July 15, 2024.
This is Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
You're welcome. We're on to item number 6, DCR Core Record number 310012. This is a request from 12071 Wilshire Retail LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within two 5,400 square foot commercial buildings located at 12071 West Wilshire Boulevard. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
There are no speaker cards and no raised hands in the virtual meeting.
Thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good afternoon, Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director for item number 6. Item number 6, DCR Core Record number 310012 is associated with 12071 Wilshire Retail LLC. The applicant is seeking an annual license for the type 10 retail with on-site sales, commercial cannabis activity. The business is located in the Brentwood Pacific Palisades Community Plan Area within Council District 11. The business is located at 12071 West Wilshire Boulevard, Los Angeles, California, 90025. And it's a parcel zone for community commercial purposes. This was an item that was continued because the commission received communication from the Brentwood Homeowners Association that they had not received notice. You had requested that the department reach out to make sure that one notice was issued in accordance with the code, which it was. We did confirm that the homeowners association that reached out to this body is not a bona fide neighborhood council, so we're not required to do the notice. However, after the public hearing, the applicant did reach out to this homeowners association and meet with them to discuss the proposed project. And I believe you guys got an updated communication as it relates to that. For the department, we are still recommending the issuance of the annual license for the type 10 retail storefront activity. And we hope that the commission adopts the recommendations included in the staff report. And if there's any additional information that you would like for me to provide as it relates to this application, I'm available.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for department staff?
Commissioner Melendez, as of now, the no temporary approval, is that still in effect?
Yes, the issuance of the temporary approval does not go through a public hearing process. So once the applicant meets the document requirements and passes an initial inspection, they're eligible to receive temporary approval. This business does have temporary approval.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions? Okay, hearing none, is the applicant present today or a representative? I don't have a speaker card.
There was a raised hand. Oh, there it goes. Caller with phone number ending in 2023, please state your name and whether you represent the applicant for item 6.
Yes, thank you, Council, Commission. My name is Jason Molinelli. I do represent the applicant in agenda item number 6. I'm the general counsel.
Okay, you have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Thank you. As you heard from the assistant director, we last appeared on the June 6th agenda. At that time, one of our owners, Matt Moray, was present. You had the opportunity to meet him. He's unable to make it today, last minute family emergency, but he had otherwise intended to be present, but sent me today. And thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the applicant. We're seeking a type 10 retail storefront at 12071 West Wilshire Boulevard. The company 12071 Wilshire Retail LLC, doing business as Velvet Cannabis, is a social equity company with more majority ownership contained by the SEIA Alexis Bronson. Along with Mr. Bronson, the company has 3 other owners: Matt Morey, who you met on June 6th, Vincent Blatney, and Fareed Harrison. The business methodology of Velvet Cannabis is to be a community benefit, not a detriment, like point blank. Velvet is a community first oriented business. They carefully select communities to enter that match their strong California-based ideals and culture. On June 27th, after the last hearing in front of this body, Velvet appeared in front of the South Brentwood Residents Association in coordination with the Brentwood Community Council and the West LA Sawtelle Neighborhood Council. All 3 neighborhood bodies were noticed, and Velvet gave a presentation and answered questions about the pending application. And as Assistant Director Killen mentioned, I believe you have a letter from the South Brentwood Residents Association in front of you supporting this applicant. Our employees at Velvet define us. Diversity is a core value at Velvet. We're committed to hiring a team of employees that reflects the community that we serve. In this instance, it is the Brentwood Wilshire community. We hire local, diverse, talented people who will be paid competitive wages, health benefits, and have opportunities to advance in the organization internally. Velvet also focuses on hiring efforts local, transient, and socioeconomic disadvantaged individuals, all which reinforce their efforts to become an upstanding and meaningful contributing local enterprise in Brentwood. If you visit our Eagle Rock store, you'll find our employees there are diverse, enthusiastic, and knowledgeable about the products, and just plain happy. And by the way, we would invite you to come visit our store in Eagle Rock on Colorado Boulevard. Upon opening at the Wilshire location, we'll immediately hire 12 to 15 new employees and continue to provide new jobs to the community as the store grows. Also, again, our wages exceed the current living wage in order to make immediate economic impact in Brentwood for the betterment of the community. Moving on to the security and safety, like that's one aspect of being a good neighbor that Velvet takes most seriously. And that's the safety and security of the employees, the customers, and the surrounding community. Velvet wants our employees, customers, and neighbors to feel and to be safe and comfortable in and around the premises. Velvet will employ security guards, 1 to 2 at all times during opening hours, generally 12 to 14 hours a day, usually an hour before and an hour after, 7 days a week. The security guards monitor and patrol the business premises inside and out and all the surroundings. That provides safety and security, not just for the immediate business premises, but to the surrounding businesses also. Point I like to make, the security guards are unarmed. Velvet also will install security cameras, the surveillance system being installed at the premises is state-of-the-art, compliant with the state regulations, contains well over a dozen high-definition 1080 cameras on the interior and exterior of the premises, and there's absolutely no area of the interior or exterior of the premises that are left uncovered by the cameras, except for the inside of the bathrooms and any private break rooms. The LAPD has instant access to Velvet security footage, if need be, 24 hours a day. And as you heard from the last applicant, all of our footage is required or is retained for 90 days, and that's pursuant to state law. We also implement a security monitoring service. So in addition to the security guards and cameras, Velvet employs a 24-hour security monitoring service that monitors the surveillance cameras in real time, 24/7, 365 days a year. The monitoring service alerts management and ownership and the LAPD if any criminal or suspicious activity is observed. And again, This monitors all of our cameras, which encompasses all inside and outside of the premises. Our security procedures, which are currently on file with the DCR, not only comply with the state regulations and the Los Angeles Municipal Code, but go beyond the minimum requirements. And we do that to ensure that our employees, customers, neighbors, and the community are safe and sound, feel safe and sound, and are not negatively impacted by our business in any way. Velvet, again, we have, this will be the 4th store operating in California, 3 currently opened. Velvet offers accommodating customer service, diverse product menus, cannabis education, and organizational commitment to community. There's a vast array of cannabis and cannabis products available on the regulated market, and Velvet works hard with the vendors, all the legal vendors, to bring affordability for customers from all walks of life and income levels. We offer daily discounts and value deals so that no one is deprived, certainly the medical patients, if there is a need and they cannot afford the products. Again, we're seeking our license. From the city, we have our state license, and as a licensed retailer, we will only sell safe, regulated cannabis and cannabis products at the stores. That careful practice results in product offerings to customers and the medical patients that not only meet the industry standards for purity, environmentally consciousness, and ethical production and safety. Again, thank you for your time. Thanks to the DCR and this commission, and also would like to thank the South Brentwood Residents Association for giving us the opportunity to present and speak to them and sending you that letter of support. Thanks again. We respectfully request that you grant our application for an annual Type 10 retailer storefront cannabis license at 12071 Wilshire Boulevard. I'm here to answer questions.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant's representative? Okay, hearing none, we are on to deliberations. Okay, it sounds as if there are none. In that case, is there a motion?
This is Commissioner Lim, in regards to item number 6, DCR core record number 310012 for the business located at 12071 West Wilshire Boulevard. I make a motion to adopt the staff report dated July 15, 2024.
This Vice President Nash, I second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vizo. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We're on to item 7, DCR core record number 310107. This is a request from VVS Panorama LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 6,584 square foot commercial building located at 8717 North Van Nuys Boulevard. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have a speaker card, but we do have a raised hand. I'm not certain if this is the neighborhood council.
You may verify.
Caller with phone number ending in 0473. Please state whether you represent an elected office for this item.
Hello, my name is Mauro Lara, and no, I'm the operating management representative for VVS.
Okay, we will call on you when the commission president calls for the rep.
Thank you, Mr. Vizo. At this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good afternoon, Jason Clean, to present item number 7 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 310107 is associated with VVS Panorama LLC The applicant is seeking an annual license for the type 10 retail with on-site sales, commercial cannabis activity. The business is located within the Mission Hills Panorama City North Hills Community Plan Area within Council District Number 6. The business is located at 8717 North Van Nuys Boulevard, Panorama City, California, 91402, which is a parcel zone for commercial, community commercial purposes. This item was continued from prior public hearings due to outstanding corrections. I have confirmed with our compliance team that the majority of the corrections have been addressed, and there's only a couple of outstanding corrections that they're actively working with our compliance officers on. We do have a member of our compliance team available if the commission has any questions. DCR is recommending that the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. And any questions, that concludes the department's report.
Thank you. Will the compliance team please approach?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Hector Ali Khan, City of Los Angeles Department and Community and Department of Cannabis Regulation, Senior Management Analyst. And yes, there was a compliance inspection done at this property. And it is correct, the operator did submit corrective action to our compliance inspector. Each and every item that was on the list has been provided corrective action with the photograph and documentation. So it's currently under review by our compliance inspector, and there should be a confirmed past inspection provided to this operator shortly. An email shall be sent out to this operator. The compliance inspection was conducted on April 8th, and a notice of violation was issued on May 31st, and we just recently received confirmation of corrective action and shall proceed with progressing to a compliance completed.
Okay, thank you. So there are no outstanding corrections? Everything's good to go?
Yeah, just to go through the list, the identification of employees, they sent a photo of the badges. The badges have the completed information on there, the required information. They sent a code of conduct, sent a photo of the code of conduct posted on the property. It's on the interior of the property. It's code of conduct for the patrons and for their employees as well. They have submitted to the department the camera locations for the premises diagram. So that needs to be completed by our DCR licensing team. Okay, but we have received that. Access to limited access areas, they have provided a log where they're going to track any individual that comes into the property. That'll track into those limited access areas. Delivery request receipt. They provided a copy of that delivery request receipt with the information that's provided on there. That's going to be reviewed by our compliance inspector analyst. And they provided confirmation of the age verification device that's used for the delivery activity. And provided a photo of the GPS system that's permanently attached or temporarily affixed to the vehicle during these delivery operations. So right now, our compliance inspector is reviewing all that and is going to get the past inspection email out to the operator.
Great, thank you. Commissioners, any questions for compliance? All righty, thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone.
I'm not thinking applicant's representative is here.
They were on the line.
Okay.
Caller with phone number ending in 0473. Please state your name and how you represent the applicant. You have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Hello, my name is Mauro Lara, and I'm the managing principal for VVS Panorama, DVA as Urban Arbor. I wanted to, first of all, thank the commission for hearing us and for the opportunity. We've been operating in Panorama City since December 2021, so over 2.5 years, at the location of 8717 Van Nuys Boulevard. As a special equity operator in Los Angeles, we've been really, really diligent in terms of providing safe cannabis tested products and making sure that we are aware of our patients and creating the type of access for those in lower socioeconomic and particularly a high Latinx community that we have become well involved in. It's always been a priority for us to be a positive impact in our community. We have done an immense job of beautification to what was a pretty decrepit building in the middle of Panorama City and turned it into a shining beacon. From what we are aware, we have not received a single complaint in the over 2 years to the commission, and have instead worked for making sure that we have strong bonds with our neighborhoods. We have created a safe and secure environment with security presence there that we feel acts as a deterrence, not just to our business of operations, but anything else in the neighborhood. And we've also, not just recently, but since the very beginning, put a huge emphasis on trying to have a positive impact in our community with, we've done free Lucha Libre events to all those above the age to be able to partake and enjoy. We have done fundraisers for Chica's Moms Inc. It is a local community working with single Latinx mothers, providing them with proper support. We have worked with local vendors, including our neighbors with the LA Kings facility, local print shops, local food vendors for every event we do, even local acts, and any way that we can engage and elevate the community, we always do so. And at this point, we just ask that the commission give the recommendation to approve our annual license, allow us to continue to be a shining beacon in Panorama City, providing safe access to all customers of great diversity with a diverse staff. And yeah, I mean, I apologize. I just wanted to check if there's anything missing now. The conditions required for the annual license, there are no facts or circumstances or any reason for us to be denied. So hopefully this goes smooth. We did take all corrective actions. They weren't large flagrant violations, and we definitely wanted to take care of those. And from our understanding, and as I think was verified by the inspector, I believe we have done everything required. So hopefully you guys are able to provide the green light. And yeah, that's all we have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
This is Commissioner Lim. When did you submit the corrective notices to the department?
So originally from the inspection, I believe the inspector said on April 8th. At that juncture, there was a little bit of delay in us actually receiving the official corrective actions. Those, I believe, we received later in May. From that juncture to when our hearing was, we submitted those. There was a couple of items that still needed, I guess, a little bit of polishing, or a couple of things that weren't fully done correctly to the way that it was asked from us. So we just fixed those things and resubmitted, and we received the response on the second submission or the follow-up submission on July 1st. And to those, just to kind of give some clarification, it had to do with the signage process for delivery specifically. And so it was figuring out a manner that we could compliantly capture the digital signatures as part of the delivery process, and having a more compliant age verification, because while our POS system did it, it didn't fall under the compliance guidelines.
Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director. The applicant did submit the required information to the department within the cure period. They did receive their notice to correct on May 31st, and they had until July 1st to remedy the issues. They did proactively reach out before the due date, and then they submitted additional corrections to address the concerns before the July 1st due date.
Thank you.
This is Vice President Nash. I was hoping you would speak a little bit about how some of these violations occurred in your mind. I'm specifically referring to the three that were related to delivery. And I note that that's, a real issue, because without signed receipts, without age verification devices, without GPS systems, you can't know where the delivery has been and who in fact is receiving it and if they are of age. So I was wondering if you could address those issues a little bit.
Yes, absolutely. So it is not that we're without those items, it is that they weren't up to the standards, I guess, of the compliance. So we've always, since we launched delivery, we've been using OnFleet. OnFleet does have GPS tracking. So we've always been able to have visibility of where the driver is, what routes are being taken, when different tests are being finished, et cetera. The thing that, we have a company phone that does Apple tracking. And so we always were able to kind of track the vehicle in that manner. Additionally, we got a specific standalone GPS on the delivery car, because we were told, that was necessary for full compliance on that end. In regards to age verification, we take that very seriously. So age verification was being done. Meadow, the POS system which we use, does have an ID scanner that does scan it. It was part of the requirement every time we did it. But again, when they came, they wanted an actual age verification device, which we had and we have used for the store itself, but we weren't applying to the delivery itself. So again, we just got that to make sure that we're being fully compliant, but we've always had in our SOPs, age verification, identity verification, and we were utilizing the scanner that's built into our POS system, Meadow, and now we're doing the supplemental.
This is Vice President Nash. Thank you.
Any other questions, Commissioner? Hearing none, we're moving on to deliberations. I have nothing, and they've complied. They cured everything during the appropriate time frame. They've been very elaborate in explaining what the corrections were, and I see no reason to deny.
And this is Commissioner Lin. In addition, it's almost unfair to hold them to a higher standard because they did have an inspection when we give a license to other applicants that has not gone through the inspection, with the understanding that there's gonna be a further inspection that happens. And likewise here, they went through an inspection, they complied with everything. I've explained why it didn't go through. In addition, there'll be further investigation that's gonna be done to make sure they comply throughout this whole process.
You raise a good point. We have two classes of applicants. It's those who have been inspected and those who have not. I think we've been very consistent with both classes by allowing those who have not to go ahead and move forward with licenses, and those who have some quirks, we've been very investigative and curious and, if necessary, continued them. So I think we're good. I think we're good, but thank you for pointing that out. On my left side, Commissioner Melendez.
You know, they had their list, you know, they were just minor violations, nothing major. So, and they have addressed it. So I believe that they are, you know, they're trying to be a good neighbor. So I think I'm okay.
Okay. Well, do we have a motion?
This is Commissioner Lim, in regards to agenda number 7, DCR core record number 310107 for business located at 8717 North Van Nuys Boulevard. I make a motion to adopt the staff report dated July 15, 2024.
It's Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We are on to item number 8, DCR core record number 101782. This is a request from Cure California Consultation Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 24,492 square foot commercial building located at 2038 Sacramento Street. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this matter?
There is a raised hand in the virtual meeting. I will verify if that's with the neighborhood council. Caller with phone number ending in 5107. Please state your name and whether you're with a neighborhood council.
Hello, my name is Anaí Thayes. I am not with the neighborhood council.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, then at this time, we will hear from staff. Thank you, Mr. Vizo.
Good afternoon, Jason Clean on behalf of the Department of Cannabis Regulation for item number 8. DCR core record number 101782 is associated with California Care Consultation Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 2038 East Sacramento Street, a parcel zone for heavy industrial purposes located within the Central City North Community Plan area. That's located within Council District number 4. This record number was previously presented to the commission, and it was continued due to some outstanding questions the commissioners had because the applicant was unable to attend the meeting and address those questions. The department's recommendation still stands that we are recommending the issuance of the annual license, and it appears that the applicant is on the phone to address any questions the commission has. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of the annual license, and that concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Any questions for the department at this time, Commissioner?
Yes, this is Commissioner Lim. I thought we continued this hearing from June 20th because the applicant did not provide proof that it contacted the neighborhood council. And looking at the staff report, it seems that they still have not provided notice to the nearest neighborhood council.
That is correct as it relates to the staff data and the reach out, and the applicant may be able to let you know whether or not they did do the necessary outreach. Unfortunately, the code does require folks to reach out within 10 days of receiving their notice of complete application. So once they miss that deadline, it's something on them to then go ahead and reach out independent of the actual staff report.
But I want to confirm that we continued this hearing. I don't believe it was because the applicant was not vacant, but they did not provide proof they gave notice to the nearest neighborhood council.
You're correct. And
okay, thank you.
They didn't attend the meeting to explain what happened with the outreach.
Thank you. Any other questions for the department? We will hear from the applicant at this time.
Caller with phone number ending in 6762, please state your name and how you represent the applicant. You have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Yes, hello? Hello?
Yes. Yes, please
good
state your name
afternoon.
and how.
Yes, my name is Franco Brunetti, and I am an owner of Care California Consultation, Inc.
Okay, you have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Okay, thank you. I am, as I said, I'm Franco Brunetti. I am an owner of Care California Consultation, Inc., seeking an annual license at 2038 Sacramento Street in the Arts District in, next to downtown. Our DBA for this application is Canamart. Last night, we presented with the Planning and Land Use Management Committee for the Downtown LA Neighborhood Council. The project received full support, and you will be receiving a letter of support at some time in the near future from them. You can see the zoning. Actually, I have a question. Is our slides being presented? Am I presenting with the visuals, or just giving a
Yes,
speech?
we will put your slides up. One moment.
Oh, okay. The reason I asked is because I was wondering if it matched up with what I was talking about. In any case, I will just say that you can see from the zoning from Zimas in the image, the facility is located in an industrial zone. This license is a EMMD. We were established in 2007 and have been operating in this location since 2015. Our business plan and layout have gone through some changes recently to make space more inviting for the retail and the customers and brands in there. We are vertically integrated, and there are other cannabis licenses on the same parcel, such as cultivation and distribution. Here are some images of artwork in the front that fits with the Arts District aesthetic. Several artists have contributed to the murals. I'm not sure if you see the murals or not, but in any case, our neighbors are Maru Coffee House, Bread Lounge Bakery, Playpen Lounge, and the Soho House. This is a small business. We are not an MSO. We have been in the cannabis industry in LA since its formal inception, 2006, going on 2007, and have gone through every stage of the process with the city of LA, even before DCR was established. We have active state licenses in good standing and have done our best to keep up with all the rules and regulations. As a legacy operator, we know that security is very important for the business. We have armed security on the premises from 8 a.m. all the way through to 6 a.m. the following day, 7 days a week. We've included a premise diagram. I just want to notate that the premise diagram does not show that we have outward-facing cameras on the street, which there are 4 on Sacramento Street. We also have cameras in the back of the building facing the alley. We've also added additional exterior lighting to deter theft or encampment that is prone in the area. Our security guards patrol the outside of the building as well as interior. They regulate these things in addition to we have no loitering signs. So if anyone was to be smoking, consuming alcohol or cannabis or anything in front of the facility, we would deter that. But so far, it's never really been an issue in this neighborhood. If you have any questions beyond that, I'd be glad to answer them. Thank you for your time. We hope that you approve our annual license.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
This is Commissioner Melendez. Have you addressed the outreach to the local neighborhood?
Yes. As I stated, we presented to the Planning and Land Use Management Committee yesterday. That was the closest date after the first meeting that we came to that we could get. And so it was for the Downtown LA Neighborhood Council Committee. And we received their full support. And they stated to us that they will be sending you guys a letter of support.
Thank you.
Point of clarification, this is President Mason. The Planning and Land Use Committee, it has the license to speak on behalf of the entire board.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
So the process is that the Planning and Land Use Committee makes a recommendation to the entire board, and then that board has to vote on that recommendation.
Well, we presented with the planning and maybe I'm saying it wrong, but basically we presented in front of the Downtown LA Neighborhood Council. We made our presentations to them.
At last night's meeting?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
President Mason, there is another caller with a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
I'll allow.
Caller with phone number ending in 5107. Please state your name and whether you represent this applicant.
Hello, my name is Anaí Tellez, and I presented to the Planning and Land Use Committee last night and received full support from the Neighborhood Council yesterday. Everybody voted yes.
Okay, I'm just confused. Either you presented to the Neighborhood Council or you presented to a subgroup, which is a committee of the Neighborhood Council.
So we reached out to the Neighborhood Council, and then they invited us to present at the Planning and Land Use Committee. And so we took the opportunity to do a full presentation, explained everything about the operations, and they said everything was good. It went surprisingly well, and they voted and approved it. And so they're going to send a letter later. They said that they'll miss the deadline for today, but they're in full support. So we reached out to, I think it's Debbie Zhu. She's one of the heads of the Neighborhood Council, and they sit on the same Planning and Land Use Committee meeting. So we just reached out to them. They invited us. We showed up, and then they said that they're going to send a letter of support.
Okay, thank you. I won't quarrel about it. It's just that their procedure is a little different than most other neighborhood councils. It's a two-step process. So a committee doesn't speak on behalf of the entire board. The matter still has to carry to the board for approval, but if they operate that way, I'm not going to question it. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions for the applicant?
Not for the applicant, there's Commissioner Lim, but I do have a question for the city attorney in regards to if we do receive this approval, written approval from the neighborhood council, would that satisfy the requirement that they have provide proof that it contacted the nearest neighborhood council?
Hello, am I still unmuted?
No,
I'm sorry.
Oh, this is for the city attorney, I think more
I'm
so.
sorry, would you mind repeating that? question?
Sure. they've represented that the neighborhood council is gonna send to DCR their written approval of this application. Assuming we receive that, then would that satisfy the requirement that the applicant has to provide proof to DCR that it contacted the nearest neighborhood council?
I think that the commission can consider a number of things, including the oral representations that are being made today. If the commission would, prefer to wait for written evidence of that, it can do so in that event. I would suggest a continuance.
Instead of a continuance, can we make it a condition? We would approve this license condition on getting a copy of the approval from the neighborhood council, because this has already been continued once, and this is the second time it's been continued for the same thing, which is to provide proof that it contacted the nearest neighborhood council.
Yeah, I'm not sure that
We
that
did
would-
send proof yesterday. Can you still hear me? We sent proof.
I'm sorry,
that we had
you
reached
haven't
out
been
to the neighborhood
recognized. We're still,
council.
I'm sorry. Can you mute her, please?
Yeah, so as far as I understand, all commission correspondence that was timely received, and I realize that there are several different timelines to submit commission correspondence, including day of submissions, that they have been provided to the commission in accordance with those procedures. So you all were sent the commission correspondence packets, and if nothing was in there, then it wasn't received in an appropriate time frame. That said, I don't think that there's any conditional approval that you could do, as you suggest, Commissioner. I think the conditions that we are authorized to impose on a license would have to be public safety related. And I think your question as to whether you could conditionally approve it subject to that, the later receipt, would probably be best handled through a continuance.
Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director. I can confirm, I'm looking at the Planning and Land Use Committee meeting agenda for the Arts District Neighborhood Council from last night. The applicant was on the agenda. They were agenda item number C. Anahi did present for the Neighborhood Council on behalf of this applicant. And that does meet the department's satisfaction that they did do outreach to the Neighborhood Council offer to meet. And the evidence they submitted of that offer was the actual agenda that they did present, which was yesterday. So from the department's perspective, they had met the obligation to do the outreach to the Neighborhood Council. So unless the Neighborhood Council is opposed to the project and they didn't call in, they were notified of this public hearing, I would not recommend a continuation.
This is Commissioner Lim. Can we then modify the report to reflect that the applicant has provided proof that it contacted the nearest neighborhood council?
I think this is Emily Watt again for the city attorney. I think that Mr. Colleen can make that oral amendment on the record, and note that it's not in his written report, but make an oral amendment to probably accurately reflect that proof was provided through oral representations today by the applicant, to which he confirmed through his own research on that particular neighborhood council's online agenda posting.
Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director. I am currently looking at the agenda for the Tuesday, July 16th, 2024, Downtown Los Angeles Neighborhood Council Planning and Land Use Committee virtual meeting agenda. Item number 7C is associated with DCR core record number 101782, which is before you today. Anahi Telez presented on behalf of the applicant for the project at 2038 Sacramento Street, Los Angeles, California, 90021. Therefore, the department is amending its report to reflect that the applicant did do the necessary due diligence and outreach to the neighborhood council, and the neighborhood council recognized that outreach and allowed for the applicant to present before them, which more than satisfies the requirement within the Los Angeles Municipal Code.
Thank you, Assistant Director Colleen. Commissioners, any other questions, points of clarification needed? No. Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion or do we have deliberation?
This is Commissioner Lin, based upon the amendment to the report, it was continued because they didn't get proof. Now, based upon the amendment, it seems that the proof was given. And I believe that was the only reason for the continuance, so I'm satisfied.
Thank you.
So
All righty then. Do we have a motion?
this is Vice President Nash regarding item number 8, DCR core record number 101782 for the business located at 2038 Sacramento Street. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated July 15, 2024.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Lim. Just a caveat to that, the written report as amended in today's hearing regarding the notice requirement. I second that.
You want to restate your original motion, please?
Sure, this is Vice President Nash regarding item number 8, DCR core record number 101782 for the business located at 2038 Sacramento Street. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report, revised orally today, and the report was originally dated July 15, 2024.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Rizzo, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. The time is 4:09 PM. The commission will recess until 4:25 PM.
And then, yeah, just. Whole day.
I'll look it up.
We may resume.
Yeah, sounds like it.
President Mason, we're ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We are now resuming. And we are beginning with DCR core record number item 9. Core record number 310082. This is a request from JWJC Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 1,080 square foot commercial building located at 2622 South Robertson Boulevard. Mr. Visa, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have a speaker card, nor is there a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Thank you so much. At this time, we'll hear from department staff.
Good afternoon, Jason Clean, to present item number 9. DCR core record number 310082 is associated with JWJC Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 2622 South Robertson Boulevard, a parcel zone for neighborhood commercial purposes, located within the West Adams Baldwin Hills Lamar Community Plan Area within Council District 10. DCR core record number 310082 was continued due to outstanding questions from the commissioners because the applicant failed to provide notice or evidence of notice that they offered to meet with the neighborhood council. DCR did recommend the issuance of the annual license for this business. They did not have any outstanding compliance related issues. They met the other application requirements within the code. And I did confirm during the break that we still have not received any proof that they did offer to meet with the neighborhood council. DCR still recommends the commission adopt the recommendations in the staff report and approve the issuance of the annual license. And we're here to respond to any questions that the commissioners may have.
Okay, commissioners, any questions? Thank you, Assistant Director Kaleem.
This is Commissioner Lim. If it's a mandate that the applicant provides such proof, how can we agree to approve the license?
It's from a personal perspective, this is one of the challenges. The code requires the applicant do the due diligence and offer to meet with the neighborhood council. Separately, there's a requirement within the code that the department actually reach out to the neighborhood council, the local business improvement district, the council office to notify them as we deem these applications complete. Plus, we have information related to the neighborhood liaison. So I know notice has been provided to the applicable bodies. And unfortunately, this is one of those circumstances where the applicant hasn't upheld their requirement to actually reach out and offer to meet. So, the code is the code, and the failure to offer to meet with the neighborhood council is not one of the enumerated reasons to deny the license. But I do understand that, the failure for the applicant to appear before this body, for them to actually reach out and offer to be a good neighbor and make themselves available is something that the commission has raised as a concern prior to issuing the license. And unfortunately, I can't speak to why they haven't met that requirement.
Thank you. And there's no representative on the line.
No, there is no raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay, well, let's deliberate.
We accommodated last time by continuing this hearing because of the sole reason to provide proof that they contacted the nearest neighborhood council. they haven't, we accommodate their schedules to give them a second chance. They didn't do it. They didn't show up today. So, I mean, it is a mandate, it is a requirement.
Yes, I agree with Commissioner Lim. You know, I'm looking at the location. It looks like there's some apartment buildings across the street that could be impacted. But without having them here to talk to us about reaching out to the neighborhood and seeing if those people are all in agreement with their business going in across the street. I think we're only playing guessing game over here.
I believe the intent of the public hearings and neighborhood council engagement is to provide for robust conversation about what is coming into the community, and to also give the operators an opportunity to flesh out anything that could be potentially harmful to the community that they could not see from their own silo. And so to bypass this process is, and it as a code requirement, is not necessarily the most positive step to take. We have been all of the things that Commissioner Lim has said, and yet we are back to this point as if nothing has been done. And I am leaning towards a no vote.
This is the second time it's in front of us, and we still don't have anybody to talk to us and represent their side of it. And, you know, which just means that, you know, it doesn't really matter to them to be in front of us.
Yeah.
And looking at the report, they've been in business since June 16, 2021. For over 3 years, they've been in operation. And they can't do a simple task as to show proof that they reached out to the neighborhood council and continued hearing, not to give that and not to be here today. It's not fair to all the people that are here that have done their compliance and has met all the requirements.
This is Vice President Nash. I'm certainly not happy with what the applicant has not done. But just because of the drastic nature of denying it, I would be a little bit more inclined to give it one more continuance.
All right. Do we have a motion?
I'm sorry, this is Emily Water from the City Attorney's Office. I just want to make it clear. Well, actually, I'm sorry. I think I'm speaking out of turn. Let me wait till I receive your motion, and then I will step in with some advice. Thank you.
So Commissioner Nash, you're thinking we should give them one more chance and try to move it to another one of our dates? Continuing.
This Vice President Nash, that's what I would be inclined to do. I'm not happy about doing it, but it's such a simple thing that they need to do. And I know they've done a lot of other stuff before this. I would just be inclined to give them one more try.
How much time would you consider allowing?
This next time would probably be the last.
But I mean, in terms of, would it be continued to the next meeting or for 30 days out? You know?
It's Vice President Nash, I'd continue to the next meeting.
Okay.
I think we already have this commission was. I think we already have a couple items. We're already continuing the three other items.
The next meeting would be August 1st.
Yeah, be August 1st or August 15th. Which I think if we gave them this commission once again, if we gave them to August 15th and they didn't do anything, I think then I would be more inclined to deny. August 1st, I think they could still say, well, you know, they were still, you know, having to do other things to, or they, you know, they could explain this to that, but August 15th is plenty of time for them to do whatever they need to do.
Assistant Director Colleen.
Jason Glean, Assistant Executive Director. We've already provided the notice for the public hearings for this meeting and for the 2 August meetings. So if it was continued until one of the meetings in September, that does give me an opportunity to balance the agenda to make sure that we don't have too many continued items plus new items before this body. So I would just recommend considering continuing it until sometime after the first meeting in either the first meeting in September or to the 19th like the other ones.
We do have 24 cases on August 1st.
So say, Commissioner Mason, say we go for September 5th.
This is Vice President Nash regarding item number 9, DCR core record number 310082 for the business located at 2622 South Robertson Boulevard. I move that we consider the hearing on this matter to September 5, 2024 to allow the applicant to provide proof that he has or they have reached out to the neighborhood council.
This is Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Nay.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We are on to item 10, DCR core record number 320014. This is a request from 982 Western LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within 4,424 within a 4,424 square foot commercial building located at 8459 South Broadway. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
There are no speaker cards and no raised hands in the virtual meeting.
Thank you. At this time, we'll hear from department staff.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon. My name is Megan Bloom, and I will present item number 10 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 320014 is associated with 982 Western LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The business is located in the Southeast Los Angeles Community Plan area within Council District 9 at 8459 South Broadway, Los Angeles, a parcel zoned for community commercial purposes. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of April 20th, 2023. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-0001277-LAC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through May 3rd, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. The social equity applications are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 10420. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote to the profits, and includes certain language mandated by LAMC 10420 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about June 21st, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. 2 virtual community meetings were held on Friday, July 5th, 2024 from 9 to 11 a.m. and Thursday, July 11th, 2024 from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. During the meetings, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the second community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license. for the reasons listed in LAMC Section 10404. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. And that concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you so much. Commissioners, any questions for the department? Okay, hearing none. Is the applicant present? I don't have any speaker cards. Is there someone in the queue?
There is no raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay. Then we are moving on to deliberation.
This is Commissioner Lim. This is another application where there's no proof that the applicant contacted the nearest neighborhood council. So since this is the first time that this applicant's in front of this commission, I recommend that we continue this to the September 19th commission hearing.
This is Vice President Nash. I would definitely agree with that approach. Just a question is whether we continue to the 19th or the 5th. We've already done several to the 19th. Yeah. So maybe the 5th.
Jason, September 5th. Okay, yeah, September 5th.
No objections from me. Commissioner Melendez is contemplating.
I'm just contemplating giving them a little more time. So that way, if we reach out to them, thinking the October 3rd date would be good to extend it to the 19th or the 5th. I think we're already adding on to those two dates. So I'm just thinking if we give them the October 3rd and then if they don't comply, and I'm more apt to vote against giving them a license, and they got plenty of time to be able to make that make that move to chat with their local neighborhood people,
Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director. Based on correspondence from the applicant, they may be having issues with the landlord and they may lose site control. We did not receive a business premises surrender form, which is why the item is still on today's agenda. But the applicant is working directly with the landlord to try to resolve those issues. We could, given the fact that there's not an operational impact that would impact their provisional license with the state, we could continue this item to one of the October meetings or November meetings if the commission so chose. And, ultimately, if the record was abandoned, we would bring that back to you to let you know what the status was.
Thank you. So continuing till October gives them at least two opportunities to meet with their neighborhood council. If their neighborhood council doesn't cancel their meeting, but it would give them August and it would give them September.
Yes, and it also it would also give them more time to figure out what's going on with their lease.
Exactly.
And navigate that, and that way we have a little more substantial information to go on to be able to either issue them or deny them their license.
So October 3,
19th, huh? I think so.
October-
17th. I think
17th,
October 17th would be-
October something, yeah.
I think we're done with deliberations. May we have a motion?
This is Commissioner Lim, in regards to number 10, DCR core record number 320014 at the business located at 8459 South Broadway. I make a motion that we continue the hearing to October 17, 2024.
This Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 11, DCR Core Record Number 320008. This is a request from Lamar House LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within 3,420 square feet within a 3,420 square foot commercial building located at 4901 North Topanga Canyon Boulevard. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
There is a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
You may verify.
Caller with phone number ending in 1301. Please state whether you're with the neighborhood council.
Thank you. This is Dr. Tyrone Freeman. I'm actually representing the applicant, not the neighborhood council.
We will call on you when the commission president asks for the representative.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from department staff.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Megan Bloom, and I will present item number 11 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 320008 is associated with Lamar House LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for type 10 retail with on-site sales, commercial cannabis activity. The business is located in the Canoga Park, Winnetka, Woodland Hills, West Hills Community Plan Area within Council District 3 at 4901 North Topanga Canyon, Los Angeles, a parcel zoned for neighborhood commercial purposes. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of May 26, 2023. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the LAMC and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-000-1268-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through April 23rd, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for social equity program. Social equity applications are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 10420. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC 10420 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at the time. On or about June 21st, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meetings and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. 2 virtual community meetings were held on Friday, July 5th, 2024 from 9 to 11 a.m. and Thursday, July 11th, 2024 from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. During the meetings, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the second community meeting. Several comments included that the staff was friendly and knowledgeable and provided a family culture. One comment against the store was due to its proximity to a nearby school. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption, and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. A representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location as a compliance inspection was conducted. And therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. And this concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff?
Yes, is there going to be a report by the compliance officer in regards to the inspection that was done on June 5, 2024?
Yes.
Hello, Commissioners. Hector Ali Khan, Department of Cannabis Regulations, Senior Management Analyst. Yeah, there was a compliance inspection that was conducted on June 5th, 2024. And the notice correct was issued on July 2nd. There were 7 items that were identified at this location. And since then, the operator has submitted an email regarding their corrective action. Currently, it's under review. Those 7 items are related to just the labeling on one of the cannabis regarding cannabis testing. So they did send a screenshot of the labeling and the metric listing the item in metric and stating that it's tested. Or our compliance inspector is currently reviewing that metric screenshot and going to cross-reference it with metric during our review as well. They also submitted a photo of the temporary license or temporary notice of temporary approval on their facility. So they met that compliance. They did also post the code of conduct within the licensed facility. There is something else that's being under review is the the surveillance equipment. The surveillance equipment needs to be stored in a secured manner, a lockbox, or in a limited access area. So they did send some photos in regards to their surveillance equipment in a lockbox that's under review with our compliance inspector. The other additional items were related to security plans. They did submit standard operating procedures manual via email. So in a document form, so we're reviewing that as well. Those are the 7 items that are currently under review with our compliance inspection team.
This is Vice President Nash. Regarding the first regulation, cannabis testing, can you give us a little bit more information about how something that the department looks at and determines that it's not labeled and not tested, how that could actually be labeled and tested?
Yeah, there's a requirement for all cannabis product that's in a facility to be registered and identified in metric. From seed to sale, everything needs to be identified. It needs to be labeled and have labeling on them as well. Our compliance inspector did find 2 items that were at the facility. They were missing labels. So because they were missing labels, they required that operator to submit confirmation that these items were actually submitted and identified in metric and that they are labeled and the testing is passed. So they did send us a screenshot of metric in regards to the determination that the product has been passed test and the product name itself. So both items were identified in the screenshot via metric, but our compliance inspector is reviewing that right now, currently reviewing that.
This is Vice President Nash. Thank you. Is it safe to say then that what was actually missing is just a sticker that you would put on the packaging and that has the required information on it?
That's correct. It's just a sticker. The sticker has the UID code, everything that's identified in metric that tracks the entire system. The sticker identifies the testing as well and the information of the product. So that product was just missing the label on the product itself.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Lim. So there was only 2 products or they were missing the label out of hundreds of other products that they have.
That's correct. Our compliance inspector, when they did their review of the product, they identified 2 products that were missing labels.
Just 2 products or 2 products, meaning just 2 different product or the product items as a whole?
2 different items or the
Yeah,
product line?
2 different items. So 2 different items or 2 different product lines?
Yes, Commissioner Lim. It was the product themselves. So that batch of that product, which one of them was named High Desert, that product itself, that product named that was missing the label.
So all of
So
them.
yeah, that batch.
Okay.
Yes.
Commissioner Lamb, so it would be safe to say that product line, correct?
Correct.
Okay, commissioners, any other questions for the compliance team? Okay, thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
We are on to deliberations.
What? No, we're there.
We have the.
Oh, the
applicant.
applicant's presentation, I'm sorry.
We actually have two raised hands. I will call on one and then the other. Caller with phone number ending in 1567, please state your name and how you represent the applicant. You have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Hey, good afternoon to everybody. My name is Lamar House, and I'm the sole owner of Lamar House LLC, DBA House of Trees. And I was there, my apologies, I'm a single father also, so I had to get all the way back to Woodland Hills to pick up my daughter from school. But I'll let my consultant, Dr. Freeman, take over from here. But pretty much, I just want to say I've been living in the Woodland Hills area in my same house that I bought 26 years ago. So I've been in this area for a very long time. I know a lot of the people that's been living here around the same time I have. And I just want to just let you guys know that I appreciate you all. And I'll let Tyrone take over from here.
Thank you. Caller with phone number ending in 1301, please state your name and how you represent the applicant.
Thank you very much, Madam President, members of the commission. My name is Dr. Tyrone Freeman, DBA, MBA. I'm also president of the California Minority Alliance. Lamar House LLC is not only a member of the California Minority Alliance, but I serve also well as their compliance and consultant. Again, we appreciate the staff of the DCR and the work that they've done, and also the work that we've been able to do to bring a social equity business of which a social applicant now lives, as Mr. House expressed. As the commissioners, and rightfully so, address the issues that were raised in the enforcement report, I would like to go and draw our narrative directly to that. First and foremost, each and every one of those particular items raised in the enforcement report were addressed as stated by the staff and were actually addressed at the moment of the inspection. That being said, I was actually on but locating, and I got involved at the end of the inspection when the documents couldn't be found. For an example, the security plan, and I'll start with there as a deficiency, was actually present in the facility in the black binder, but the staff there, they were nervous. It was an enforcement inspection, and didn't kind of highlight to them where the located security plan is, which is actually reviewed and signed off by staff every day that they review the security reports and plans as they check in. And those documentations, the sign-in sheets, the trainings have been provided in response to those particular issues. I want to also state that as a part of the pre-application approval process that was conducted and the initial inspection conducted by the DCR, the security plan was submitted and approved there, along with the security plan being approved by the state, and the actual security plan that was approved was enacted in a real life situation, in that when the inspectors came, the armed security person was there, the signing. And how do we know all of that? Because it wasn't cited in the enforcement report as a deficiency. So again, those were communication mishap, and we take responsibility for that, but they have been fully addressed. When we talk about, I do have a little different perspective narrative on the actual item. Specifically, it was one or two jars of the high desert item that didn't have the proper labeling, and I want to give, because it's important, and it was asked by the commissioners in an indirect and even a direct manner, that let me take a step back. First and foremost, on the shop floor and in the metric system, at the time of the inspection, there was over 32,000 individual items on the floor. 32,000 individual items on the floor, okay? Out of the 32,000 individual items on the floor, and I have to address this because the commission spent 5 or 10 minutes on it, 2 individual items didn't have the label. So that's 2 out of the entire order of the high desert soaps that actually came in the box. So when you come in a box, our standard operating procedures that have been presented requires on an initial intake that the items are looked at both before received from the distributors to ensure compliance of the proper labeling. However, that big unit of intake, the staff did look at them, but you're talking about examining in a period of 10 or 15 minutes, 75 items on intake. Oftentimes, deficiencies of labels are not found until you actually begin to place those items on the shelves, and then the ones at the bottom are the ones you randomly didn't look through at that time may not have the proper labeling. I want to draw every commissioner's attention to DCC Regulation 17004 dealing with labeling. The actual responsibility of the products and all products being labeled is the responsibility of the manufacturer and the distributor before they take them off the manufacturer to actually ensure that that labeling is correctly appropriated on each item. And then through the chain of custody, the retailer at the end checks their merchandise. One of the particular administrative issues being addressed in the metric system is that the way it is set up, you have to accept the item before you have the opportunity to inspect it, right? And then you can go back and reject it. Well, when you put that in a practical sense of an operation, it does not work. The product that was highlighted is those 2 items were rejected as individual items under the UID on the metrics, which is why I gave them a screenshot that it was tested, and those 2 items will be returned, but that's 2 items out of a package of a larger bundle. That's the nuances of that. And the whole idea about the labeling and the whole idea about the issue of this enforcement perspective on any product in general, commissioners, through this process, those items are actually identified before they get to a customer. And we also have 2 REMs, one when it comes in the store, the second one is when it goes on the shelf. And by the way, that item that was identified was still actually an item that was in the storage of the items that had not been placed on the shelves. Just give you a full narrative of the situation, meaning there were products out there, but they also go into rightfully so to your storage area where your products are from your orders, and then select items to make sure they're complying with the UID code and the metrics. And it was in those boxes that those labels on those 2 individual items of that product line were not found. So I'm sorry to spend so much time on that, but sometimes a report, as the commissioners may seem a little out of context of what was actually at bay. That's why, again, it was easy to address. And then the idea of an item being tested, items don't get into the metric unless they're tested. So yes, it could be on a retail store end, but the real test of whether an item is tested is that of a distributor and the inspection of a distributor before they actually take the item from a manufacturer and actually put it out for sale. They have to attest to the testing pass of it, but we'll take that responsibility because we look at it as a part of our responsibility. So the operational nuances of running a business versus the kind of administrative outlook at times mismatch, and this is kind of one that gave a little more gruesome picture than what was actually occurring at the shop. Relative to the posting issues, they're absolutely correct. The licenses that were posted were the BTRC, but that was explained as to not being the actual license. They wanted the temporary approval notice. So again, that was an interpretation perspective from our end of what was considered the DCR license, right? Because in any other aspect or any other experience of it, it's usually the BTRC certificate that was saying they wanted the actual temporary approval printout from DCR. We complied and showed that picture. What wasn't mentioned is that all other licenses and seller's permits were posted because it was a clear understanding of what the issue was. The other particular perspective I want to address for the commissions that's really been done in the operations here is the issue about the school. The school is actually out of the square footage of prohibiting the store. DCR did its due diligence before issuing the right to do that, and so did the owner, so did the landlord. So what I'm saying is the school is, although one would call close in proximity, that is, again, as Madam President said, from the perspective of whose lens. If you're in the business of cannabis, 701 is far enough, right? If you're a business of a parent, 7,001 may not be far enough. right? It's just a question of what lens we're looking at, but in a sense of the administrative compliance issue, the store is administratively compliant, and that's why it's zoned appropriately and exists appropriately, and was also addressed the issue during the public hearings, and addressed again. It's not to the extent of being inconsiderate of the fact that one may perceive it to be too close. But, you know, if you have a certain, you know, that can go for any other business that exists, it may be too close. You know, auto mechanic shops may be, you know, too close to, you know, a particular facility that some perspectives of people in the neighborhood may not agree with, right? But that doesn't mean that the business is bad or the business is not in its operative opportunity or rights to do so. And I argue that to be the case here. And we have continuously engaged the community. As you said, the owner has been there for 26 years. but
Thank you,
also
sir. Your time
it's
is up.
probably- Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for the department. A little labeling 101, if you will. So the manufacturer has an obligation to label the product. The distributor has no involvement in that. And then the labeling is supposed to be checked again at the retail level before being placed on the shelf. Is that correct? Okay.
We could have, this is Emily Water from the City Attorney's Office, and we could just have Mr. Kling provide a verbal response. Thank you.
Jason Kleen, Assistant Executive Director. That is correct, Madam President.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that was it for me. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant or his representative?
This is Commissioner Lim. My understanding was there was two lines that was did not have a label, not just two items out of 32,000. Is that correct?
I need to unmute him again.
Jason Kleen, Assistant Executive Director. There were a few products within each of the lines that didn't have labels. Some of the products within those two lines did have the appropriate labels, but some of them didn't. I don't know exactly how many products out of the 32,000 were not properly labeled, but the applicant has remedied the situation and made sure that their products do have appropriate labeling going forward.
And from what we heard today, is it this for applicant that the ones that did not have the label were in storage and they were not in the retail floor? I thought I heard that, or
You
was I
did hear that.
mistaken? Okay,
You did.
I just want to confirm that those were in fact not in the retail floor, but in the inventory boxes.
That is correct, sir.
Oh, okay, that's a huge difference.
Indeed.
Good.
Okay,
Yeah.
we're open for deliberations if there are any.
It's very commendable that they, you know, before they got the NTC from us, they immediately fixed all the problems, and they seem very minor except for the label. And the fact that these were in the boxes and not on the retail floor, where I'm assuming it would get checked to see if they had the label in there. And as mentioned, that's something that the distributor needs to do and not the retail to make sure. So I'm very comfortable with that explanation.
I do have a request that going forward in the compliance reports, they indicate where the unlabeled products are located in the facility, on the floor versus in storage, so that, because it does make a difference. Thank you.
That's a huge difference.
Mhm.
Jason Kleen, understood. We'll
Thank you.
incorporate that into the report.
Thank you. Any other deliberations? Okay, then, is there a motion?
This Commissioner Lim, in regards to number 11, DCR core record number 320008. And for a business located 4901 North Topanga Canyon Boulevard, I make a motion to adopt the report dated July 15, 2024.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you, Mr. Vizo. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We're on to item 12, DCR Core Record Number 310199. This is a request from ATMJ Corporation to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 3,459 square foot commercial building located at 1032 Southwestern Avenue. Mr. Visa, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have a speaker card, nor is there a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Thank you. At this time, we'll hear from department staff.
Good evening. This is Management Assistant Megan Blum, and I will present item number 12 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 310199 is associated with ATMJ Corporation. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The business is located in the Wilshire Community Plan area within Council District 10 at 1032 Southwestern Avenue, a parcel zoned for general commercial purposes. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of March 19th, 2024. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. Please note that this business is currently non-operational as it completes its build-out. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-0001276-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through May 2nd, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. Social equity applications are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 10420. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants must possess unrestricted ownership of their share in the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC 10420 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about June 21st, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meetings and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. 2 virtual community meetings were held, one on Friday, July 5th, 2024 from 9 to 11 a.m. and one on Thursday, July 11th, 2024 from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. During the meetings, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the second community meeting. There was 1 written comment provided against the approval of the license. Reasons provided included health and safety concerns, 3 elementary schools within a half-mile radius of the store, and the effect of property value of the homes in the general vicinity due to the store. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC 10404. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. And that concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there any questions for the department staff?
This is Commissioner Lim. I do have a question. Is it common to give a temporary approval when they're not operational?
Yes, sir. Temporary approval can be granted once the applicant has met the minimum requirements and passed the initial inspection. So given the fact that they have temporary approval, they would have passed the initial inspection prior to doing any tenant improvements. That was a way to get our legacy operators and new operators the opportunity to start generating revenue prior to meeting the requirements of the full annual application process.
But, and that's what I thought, they had to go through initial inspection, but here they were not operational. So what was the inspection?
The initial inspection would have been the built environment, the way it existed at the time they requested the inspection. So then, of course, if they have to shut down operations to do tenant improvements, any modifications to those business premises, diagrams, and the built environment requires an additional inspection. So effectively, they're not able to operate given the fact that they're doing tenant improvements. And once they complete those tenant improvements, the business premises diagram will be re-inspected. And then, of course, if they meet the requirements and pass the inspection, they would be able to operate at that point.
This is Commissioner Lum. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions for staff? Hearing none, I do have a speaker card for Amir Gresham. You may
President
have,
Mason, we also have a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
okay, is that someone?
That's
with
my
you?
partner.
Okay. Then, please state your name for the record and the two of you will have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Sure, thank you. Thank you to the department and the commission for the opportunity to obtain an annual license. My name is Amir Gresham, native Angelino, board member of the Social Equity Owners and Workers Association, CEO and owner of ATMJ, doing business as Homage. I'll briefly describe what our company represents and my personal background in the industry. Our mission is to advance national cannabis legalization by evolving community well-being through plant-based medicine access, education, and advocacy. So what is homage? By definition, it is a special honor or respect shown publicly. Throughout cannabis's history in the world, there have been cycles of cultivation, consumption, and oppression. The cycle is now being broken by the work that we do here and with every state that legalizes cannabis in some form. We believe homage is what is owed to cannabis, its communities, and its culture. Our motto is pay it forward. We have three core tenets. First being recognition. Recognition of the contributions of those who've charted the course in cannabis and social justice, risking their freedom, their livelihood, and their families. Our second tenet is respect. Respect for the dedicated craft, cannabis artisans, and their passion for enriching lives through art, science, and wellness, while prioritizing patient care and consumer safety. Our third tenet is revolution. For those leading the reintegration of cannabis in the mainstream society, educating the youth, and championing an equitable, inclusive industry. There have been three pivotal moments throughout my involvement with cannabis. The first is over 20 years ago when I discovered cannabis's medicinal benefits and I became a distributor in my family and at my school. The second will be almost a decade ago when I left a promising career in healthcare to cultivate and distribute cannabis full-time. And the third would be the present moment, receiving annual licensure, which will allow me to fulfill my purpose of facilitating healing and expanding human consciousness. I've been on this journey for over 5 years, since before Ma Kershaw was passed. I've watched this department and this commission come into existence and evolve, and it's an honor to be doing this work. Homage isn't yet operational, as you've heard, but this annual license will bring us one step closer to realizing our long-term goals and fully aligning with my purpose to serve the community. Thank you all.
Thank you. The caller on the line doesn't.
Yes. Caller with phone number ending in 5777. Please state your name and how you represent the applicant.
Hello, my name's Tony Kim. I'm the CEO of a company called Telos Cannabis Group. I'm also partners with Amir and ATMJ. I appreciate the commission giving me a quick opportunity to speak on behalf of the character of Amir and my partnership with him, both personally and from a business standpoint. I can't say enough about Amir as a business partner, overall human being, and what eventually evolved into a really strong friendship. Over the last 5 years, it's been a hard trek, and he has just been diligently leading us, working incredibly hard to get us to this point. And so I just wanted to comment, advocate for, and truly hope that the commission finds it prudent, necessary, giving to appoint or assign these annual license to ATMJ and Amir. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the presenters? Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, then we're moving on to deliberations if there are any. Well, actually, I do have one question. I haven't asked this today because most of our social equity applicants have been continuances, but come back to the podium. Have you all taken advantage of any of the social equity programming offered by the city?
All of them.
Oh, okay. I love it. That's it.
Waiting for more.
Waiting for more programming.
Yeah.
Okay. Like what?
Additional grant funding.
Let's see, grant money.
Yes.
Understood. Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, now we can deliberate. I'm good.
Actually, I have a question for Amir.
Sure.
So Amir, so you haven't opened yet, but you're looking to open pretty soon. How are you going to integrate yourself into the community? Do you have a game plan to be able to work with your neighborhood and all the people in your area?
I do, yeah. All of my partners are Korean, so they're very integrated. I've gotten to know them very well as the community. They've been my partners for the past 2 years or so. They had an initial social equity applicant. They just couldn't get the deal done. So in this time, I've been able to not only integrate with them, who they are as people, but get myself acclimated to this part of Los Angeles. Again, I'm a native, so I wasn't familiar, but I'm aware of like all of the businesses that they have over there, meeting some business owners. It'll be relatively easy to integrate with the community as it's up and coming.
So you're looking forward to interacting with the community and trying to be an addition to the neighborhood instead of just someone coming in to rob a beer.
Yeah,
It's coming to take.
most definitely.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
This is Vice President Nash regarding item 12, DCR core record number 310199 for the business located at 1032 Southwestern Avenue. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated July 15, 2024.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizal, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We are on to item 13. That's DCR core record number 310195, and this is a request from Nature's Story LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 3,159 square foot commercial building located at 6455 North Topanga Canyon Boulevard. Mr. Vizal, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have a speaker card nor is there a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Thank you. At this time, we'll hear from department staff.
Thank you. Good evening. This is Management Analyst Megan Blum, and I will present item number 13 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 310195 is associated with Nature's Story LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail with on-site commercial cannabis activity. The business is located in the Canoga Park, Winnetka, Woodland Hills, West Hills Community Plan area within Council District 3 at 6455 North Topanga Canyon Boulevard, Woodland Hills, a parcel zoned for regional center commercial purposes. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR on May 31st, 2022. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, license number C10-0001023-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through April 27, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. Social equity applications are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 10420. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC 10420 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about June 21st, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. 2 virtual community meetings were held, one on Friday, July 5th, 2024 from 9 to 11 a.m. and one on Thursday, July 11th from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. During these meetings, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the second community meeting. In general, the oral and written comments provided by the public were positive, highlighting that this social equity candidate's business is great, pays timely taxes, and a safe and clean environment. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the department? Okay, thank you. Then at this time, we'll have the applicant's presentation. There is a representative present with us this evening. You may approach the podium. You may
Good
state your
afternoon.
name for the record, and you have 10 minutes. I
Mesrop
wasn't done with
Kurugulian.
attempt to pronounce your name.
Mesrop Kurugulian, Honorable President, members of Commission, DCR staff, thank you for having me and affording us the opportunity to present our application. We have reviewed DCR's recommendations and we agree with the recommended approval and happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant? Have you had a chance to use any of the social equity programming offered by the city?
We have reviewed some of the programming and have used some of the programming, mainly the grant funding.
The grant funding. Everybody loves the grant funding.
Yes.
Wonder why. Thank you. I don't have any questions.
How long have you been at, this is Commissioner Melez, how long have you been in this area, this address?
About a year and a half.
Good, thank you.
Anything else? No, thank you.
Thank you.
We will move on to deliberations.
See anything negative, and you've been there for a while, so if anything would have, year and a half is long enough to.
Long
something
enough.
Come up, right?
Yeah, yeah. Commissioners Nash? Lim?
No, I don't have any comments. I would support the applicant.
Okay. Then in that case, calling for a motion.
This is Commissioner Lim, in regards to agenda number 13, DCR core record number 310195 for the business located at 6455 North Topanga Canyon Boulevard. I make a motion to adopt the staff report dated July 15, 2024.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Rizzo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. We're on to item number 14, DCR Core Record number 310191. This is a request from ZXC11 LLC to approve an annual license for a storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 3,242 square foot commercial building located at 10461 West Santa Monica Boulevard. Mr. Rizzo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have a speaker card, nor is there a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Thank you so much. At this time, we will hear from staff.
Thank you. This is Management Analyst Megan Blum presenting item number 14 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 310191 is associated with ZXC11 LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The business is located in the Westwood Community Plan area within Council District 5 at 10461 West Santa Monica Boulevard, Los Angeles, a parcel zoned for general commercial purposes. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of June 16th, 2022. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-0001024-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through April 27th, 2025. This applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. Social equity applications are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 10420. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC 10420 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about June 21st, 2024, DCR provided notice of the Community Meetings and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. 2 virtual community meetings were held, one on Friday, July 5th, 2024 from 9 to 11 a.m. and one on Thursday, July 11th, 2024 from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. During the meetings, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the second community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff?
This is Vice President Nash. Can you explain to me what the difference is between a Tier 1 and a Tier 2 social equity applicant?
A Tier 1 social equity applicant was verified based on a prior commercial cannabis related arrest or a conviction, and they demonstrated that they were low income. Tier 1 applicants generally have 51% or more equity in the applicant entity pursuing the license. A Tier 2 applicant is somebody who was verified based on income and residency in a disproportionately impacted area. And in order for their record to qualify, they just have to have a 33 1/3% equity interest in the applicant entity. So generally, when we talk about tier 1 versus tier 2, it was the criteria in which the individual met in order for them to be part of our program, regardless of what their equity interest is. But for tier 1, they do have to have at least 51%, and then tier 2 must have at least 33 1/3%.
This Vice President Nash, thank you. And this is a tier 2 applicant.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff?
Well, this is Commissioner Lim. Where is it in the report taught tier 1, tier 2? I don't see it. Is it?
On the front page of the report on the table, the second to last field, social equity applicant / ownership percentage. So this is a record, and you can see that the social equity individual applicant has a 33 1/3% ownership stake. Generally, what you guys have seen to date has been the 51%, but this is one of the instances where the applicant meets the requirements to be social equity, even though the ownership stake is just 33 1/3.
Thank you.
Good questions. Any other questions for department staff? Okay, then, do we have an applicant's representative in the queue?
Yes, I believe there's a raised hand. Caller with phone number ending in 7917, please state your name and how you represent this applicant. You have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Hi, can you hear me? My name's Catherine Field.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you all. Big thank you to the commission and everyone else who's made this possible for us. I'm one of the managers of ZXC11 LLC DBA Bodega, which is a social equity commercial cannabis storefront retailer, and our application for annual licensure is before the commission today. Thank you for your consideration. We first opened at 10461 Santa Monica Boulevard in May of 22. And although we're currently only temporarily closed, while operating and going forward, we are committed to adhering to all regulatory standards and contributing positively to the local economy once we resume operations. In the meanwhile, and since inception, we have taken extensive steps to ensure that our business model aligns with both state and local requirements, including tailoring our operating procedures and training protocols to comply with all relevant laws and regulations. Our staff would undergo, had been undergoing, and will in the future continue to undergo regular training sessions to stay up to date on all regulatory changes. And we always reinforce the importance of compliance in our operations. Our staff's trained to answer questions, provide recommendations, and help customers make informed decisions about their cannabis use and products. We will have on-site security guards, and we had on-site security guards while operational during business hours and for several hours after closing and before opening to ensure the safety of our staff and neighbors. Our business premise is equipped with state-of-the-art surveillance equipment and records 24/7 that is also monitored by our security company as well as staff. The facility is equipped with key card access to ensure only authorized personnel can access limited access areas such as the vault, back of the house type situation. We recognize the importance of building a positive relationship with community members as well. With and would continue to engage with local stakeholders and their concerns and expectations. We aim to operate transparently, responsibly, and contribute to community well-being through initiatives including community events, local charities, and promoting social equity as a social equity license. We have always offered regular discounts to veterans, seniors, and our neighbors, and have made this with local as well. We have a positive working relationship with our neighbors, including our landlord and our other neighbors. We've always worked in conjunction with them. In the meanwhile, we've also obtained our health permit and emblem. We've already achieved reaching out to Neighborhood Council, and we've also been recommended for approval. So I would greatly and request that the staff recommendation be adhered to.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there any questions for the applicant?
This is commercial, this
Hi.
Commissioner Mendes. How do you like the
Hi,
food
so
at
sorry.
Carmine's? I like the restaurant right next door
So
to you.
good. Can
It's pretty
you
tasty.
hear me?
Yeah, it's pretty good. All right, the location, where is the primary parking for you? Is it just on the street?
I have to mute her.
Okay, that was hard. I think I got muted and then I was unmuted, so I apologize. The last thing I heard was the comment about Carmine's. Oh, the food's so good, and we have a great relationship with Carmine, who's still an owner-operator and our neighbor. And, you know, we really appreciate being his tenant and just the presence that the building has in the area. It now has a distinctive mural and sign that I think is friendly and cheerful and adds artistic impact to the community. So we've always aimed in that vein to hire locally, provide competitive wages, meaning, you know, fair wages to our employees and benefits. We hire individuals from communities disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs and implement training programs to help employees develop skills and advance within the industry. We had one employee in particular that's jumping to mind who's just wonderful and done really great things in the industry. And she started as I think a senior bud tender and ended up to be the director of the store. So it's been really cool to see her career path and acceleration since being at Bodega. We're also supportive of other local businesses, and again, just we'll continue to ensure that our business operations contribute to economic growth and diversity of our community, as well as socially. So that's the long and the short of my presentation, my company's and store's presentation. So happy to answer any and all questions that the commission may have or anyone else.
Commissioner Mendes, once again, where's your primary parking? Is it just the street parking?
Oh, yes, that was one of the questions. We have parking on the street, but we also share the lot with Carmine. And the restaurant has been closed during the day, only opening in the evening. So we haven't really run into too many issues with that.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, this is President Mason. You mentioned that you all are closed temporarily?
Yes, we're closed temporarily. We're in the process of going through some management changes and updates in the business, you know, retraining and potentially a new assistance of new managers with updated ideas about product mix and things like that. So that's just a transition that we're going through right now. I think our Google listing says we're temporarily closed. So we do plan to reopen, although we don't have a firm date yet.
So you don't have a new reopening date?
Not one set in stone yet, no, but we are aware of the time period that the DCR has, and we intend to adhere to it. So I think, you know, we still have a couple of months left on that. So, you know, we're monitoring it on all angles.
Okay, thank you. This is President Mason again. And the social equity programming offered by the city, have you all utilized any of it? To
We
your
have
knowledge?
tried to, but I think we've tried to, but I think what happens is it's only for businesses that are majority owned by social equity. I think when we've tried to apply for grants, at least the state grants, and I think that we tried for the local grants, so I'd have to double check and hope I'm not speaking out of turn. But because we're a 2/3, and my company represents the 2/3 and social equity represents 1/3, I think we are not as eligible for those grants, unfortunately. But it's very good programming. It'd be great if all social equity licenses would be available, but I do understand that, you know, resources are limited. So we just, you know, still still appreciate being a social equity owner operator, and we just, continue to try to do our best.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions for the applicant's representative? Okay, then, any deliberations? Hearing none, then at this time, may I have a motion?
This is Vice President Nash regarding item number 14, DCR Core Record number 310191 for the business located at 10461 West Santa Monica Boulevard. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated July 15, 2024.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. DCR Core, item 15, DCR Core Record number 310145 has been continued to September 19th. So we will now move on to item number 16, which is DCR Core Record number 310126. This is a request from Atwater Retail Partners LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 9,040 square foot commercial building located at 3176 Glendale Boulevard. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have any speaker cards, nor is there a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll hear from staff.
This
I'm
is.
sorry. Oh, we do have someone in.
Not as far as, not as far as the council.
Oh, you're representing.
We're not there yet.
This is Management Analyst Megan Blome presenting item number 16 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 310126 is associated with Atwater Retail Partners LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The business is located in the Northeast Los Angeles Community Plan area within Council District 13 at 3172 to 3176 North Glendale Boulevard, Los Angeles, 90039, a parcel zoned for neighborhood commercial purposes. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of November 9th, 2023. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-0001336-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 21st, 2025. This applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. Social equity applications are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 10420. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC 10420 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about June 21st, 2024, DCR provided notice of the Community Meetings and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. 2 virtual community meetings were held, one on Friday, July 5th, 2024 from 9 to 11 a.m. and one on Thursday, July 11th, 2024 from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. During the meetings, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the second community meeting. In general, the oral and written comments provided by the public were in support of issuing an annual license. However, one submission was against the size of the retail store and its overall aesthetics within a family-friendly neighborhood. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for item 16.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the department?
This is Vice President Nash. Can you just confirm that this is a Tier 2 social equity applicant?
Yes, this is a Tier 2 social equity applicant.
Thank you.
Any other questions for department? Okay, we do have a representative here on behalf of the applicant. You can approach the podium at this time, state your name for the record, and you will have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Hello, my name is Casey Dalton, and just want to thank you for taking the time to consider our annual application for the annual license for Atwater Retail Partners, also known as Stash Dash. And I just wanted to share a little bit about our business and what it's been like operating over, it will be a year next month. But I have to say that, you know, we were pleasantly surprised by how the community has embraced us in many different ways and has just been so gracious with us, from our neighbors that own businesses to the large dog community and people in the neighborhood that walk by. And I just wrote a few notes and like to share them with you. We at Stash Dash Atwater Retail Partners LLC, we share in DCR's mission to foster, support, regulate responsible cannabis and the responsible cannabis industry, and reflects and uplifts the communities in Los Angeles. We opened almost a year ago. We've had a warm welcome from the local community and surrounding businesses. We've been able to offer 12 full-time jobs and help support our local businesses. We're state licensed and in good standing. We have and continue to make compliance, regulation, and safety our #1 priority. We've done our best to be a good community partner and have been fortunate enough to be asked to participate and donate in the Atwater retail tree lighting ceremony. They close down the street and have this incredible community event where they bring in this humongous tree. And I guess operating from the cannabis industry for some time, there's always a tax. You always, no matter whether you're buying insurance or getting something fixed, you're always going to pay more because they see that you're a cannabis business. There's always the fear of some sort of discrimination based on someone else's view of cannabis themselves. And so to have a community that put our name on the same board with elementary schools and other businesses and were proud to have us in the community was really special for me personally. We've done our best to be a good community partner and have been fortunate enough to be asked not only in that tree lighting ceremony, but the local Atwater Village Farmers Market that happens right behind us, as well as the local elementary school. Again, I was shocked when a PTA mom walked into the store and asked if we would donate product, and, you know, immediately grabbed the regs. And I was like, I don't think we can do this, but there was a way of being able to put together this wellness package, this basket that literally went on the elementary school auction block, and a parent, you know, was able to purchase that. So seeing these types of breakthroughs is unbelievable, and having the opportunity to provide, you know, clean medicine and in this form, and to also have this community support has been remarkable. In addition to that, we have a monthly community meeting. I come from the preschool background. I owned and operated low-income preschools from the time I was 23 for over 20 years, state licensed, very familiar with regulation and compliance and working with the health department and whatnot. And you just can't take that out of me. So every holiday, whether or not it's, you know, 4th of July was our last event. Every single month, there's a different theme. We're basically celebrating everything, you know, short of Groundhog's Day. But the entire community is open to our facility. We offer Starbucks, local bakery in the morning, and then in the afternoon, we partnered with Home State Tacos, which is 2 doors down from us, and offer complimentary tacos to the community as well. It's been a great opportunity to get to know our neighbors and really embrace them. We also have local artists, a honeycomb bee candle maker that keeps his candles in our store, and another gentleman who makes these unbelievable planters and different plants and places those in the store. We really go out of our way to try to take the opportunity that we've been gifted and given, and you let other people use that platform to take their small businesses and showcase to the amount of people that are coming in with us. So with that being said, I just want to let you know that I appreciate the process. I know that it hasn't been easy on anyone, but we've been fortunate enough to be, I want to say I was really sad actually hearing a lot of these different operators that haven't had a chance to open yet. And a lot of that is due to the industry itself. It has nothing to do with anything other than the fact that it's really, really tough right now. And being open almost a year is not lost on us, and being able to make enough money to keep our doors open and continue to grow is a gift. And I just wanted to say thank you for that.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
This is Commissioner Lim. It's not a question, but it's a comment. I commend you that when I first looked at the staff report, I was surprised to see 15 people that supported your application and stated as such. That's a very high number. With just one against, and that kind of stuck out here.
Thank
I
you.
commend you for that. And I wish the applicant number 5, when they had all those residents there and concerned about having a cannabis there, I wish I could have heard your testimony that it can be a good neighbor and a part of the community.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Kind of piggybacking, this is President Mason, on what Commissioner Lim said. I just want to congratulate you on whatever it is you're putting out there that's allowed the community to open their arms and embrace you, and how you've woven yourself into the fabric of the community. So much continued success in that regard.
Thank you very much.
Any other comments?
It's the same. I think it's good.
Yeah,
It's good to be part of the community.
Mr. Khalil.
Jason Glean, Assistant Executive Director. Prior to deliberating on this item, I did want to just point out one fact, and I asked Ms. Rees to bring up the zoning information map access system. You'll see on the agenda that it only lists one address associated with this parcel, which is the 3176. However, the 3172 was recently approved for this parcel by our Department of Building and Safety and Bureau of Engineering. So on the staff report, it shows the range 3172 through the end of the parcel. Those are all associated with this parcel. So of course, when we did notice, we noticed all of the properties within 700 feet of this parcel. We provided the notice for this applicant on the website. So the staff report has more up-to-date information than what was on the agenda based on the normal city bureaucracy. So I just wanted to point that out in case people had concerns that the 3172 was not on the agenda.
Thank you. Did we have any other questions or comments for the applicant? Okay, then we will move to deliberations. If there are any. If not, we'll move to motion.
Yes. This is Commissioner Lim. In regards to number 16, DCR core record number 310126 for business located at 3176 Glendale Boulevard, I make a motion to adopt the staff report dated July 15, 2024.
It's Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you, Mr. Vizo. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
I appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are on to item 17, DCR core record number 310062. This is a request from North Hill Society LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within an 8,846 square foot commercial building located at 8660 North Woodley Avenue, Unit 108. Mr. Vizel, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have any speaker cards, nor do we have a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Thank you. At this time, we'll hear from department staff.
This is Management Analyst Megan Blom presenting item number 17 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 310062 is associated with North Hills Society LLC. This applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The business is located in the Mission Hills, Panorama City, North Hills Community Plan area within Council District 12. The applicant is subject to requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the social equity program. And it's also, in a parcel zone for neighborhood office commercial purposes at 8660 North Woodley Avenue, Los Angeles. As a LAMC 20 applicant, they were issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of May 26, 2021. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-00000808-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through May 3rd, 2025. As a social equity applicant, social equity applications are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 10420. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC 10420 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at the time. On or about June 21st, 2024, DCR provided notice of the Community Meetings and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. 2 virtual community meetings were held, one on Friday, July 5th, 2024 from 9 to 11 a.m. and one on Thursday, July 11th, 2024 from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. During these meetings, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the applications. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the second community meeting. In general, the oral and written comments provided by the public were in favor of the application, stating the store is both clean and safe. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in the LAMC Section 10404. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project as categorically exempt. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. This concludes the department's presentation on item 17.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the department? Hearing none, we do have a representative here on behalf of the applicant. I need not give you any instruction.
Hi, everyone. Good to see everyone again. My name is Mike Sagan. I'm a licensing consultant for North Hills Society LLC, DCR core record number 310062, located at 8660 North Woodley Avenue in North Hills, which is on the southeast corner of Woodley and Parthenia Street. I looked it up this time and made sure. This is an extremely busy commercial intersection, which has a gas station on one corner and shopping centers on the other 3 corners. This business has been operational since June of 2021 and has never received any complaints regarding its operations. The applicant went through an ownership update, which was finalized in May of 2024. This location operates from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily and has on-site security personnel in addition to their surveillance system and alarm system. Security is trained to look out for loiterers and anyone who is consuming cannabis on or around the premises, and to date, there has been no such incidences. The premises is in a shopping center, which has 3 other tenants. Each tenants have their own designated parking spots, and this retailer has a total of 6 designated parking spots. The shopping center performs their own weekly deep cleaning of the property, and the applicant staff and management also do daily cleanups around the premises. The business is current on all city and state taxes, and the social equity applicant has taken advantage of the seed grant funds and DCR webinars. And I'll take any questions.
Thank you. You're an apt pupil,
Well prepared.
right? Knew what I was gonna ask. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
You can't answer everything. Good.
Trying to get you guys out of here.
Mhm. Thank you. Hearing no questions then, we will move on to deliberations.
Could be me.
I have nothing. Okay, then may I have a motion?
This is Vice President Nash regarding item number 17, DCR core record number 310062 for the business located at 8660 North Woodley Avenue, Unit 108. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated July 15, 2024.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. See you in a couple weeks.
We are on to item 18, which is DCR core record number 310045. This is a request from SE number 43 LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 2,680 square foot commercial cannabis building located at 1385 West 29th Street. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have any speaker cards, nor do we have a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Then at this time, we will hear from staff. I'm waiting for it.
My apologies. This is Management Analyst Megan Bloom presenting item number 18 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 310045 is associated with SE number 43 LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The business is located in the South Los Angeles Community Plan area with Council District 8. The business premises is located at 1385 West 29th Street, Los Angeles, 90007, a parcel zoned for neighborhood commercial purposes. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of April 9th, 2024. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-0001332-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 21st, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of the LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. Social equity applications are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 10420. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and includes certain language mandated by LAMC 10420 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about June 21st, 2024, DCR provided notice of the Community Meetings and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. 2 virtual community meetings were held, one on Friday, July 5th, 2024 from 9 to 11 a.m. and one on Thursday, July 11th, 2024 from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. During the meetings, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the second community meeting. In general, the oral and written comments provided by the public were positive. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC section 10404. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff?
This is Vice President Nash. I'm looking at the report and it indicates that there was a compliance inspection on July 1st, 2024. But then in the body of the report, it indicates that there has not been a recent inspection. Can you address that issue?
Yeah, Jason Glean, Assistant Executive Director. We were notified that a compliance inspection would occur, which is why it was marked yes. However, we did not receive a memo from the compliance team to the licensing team for this particular record. So there was nothing to report as it related to this particular item. If possible, I would invite up our member of the compliance team to the podium.
Good afternoon. Hector Alicon, Senior Management Analyst for the City of Los Angeles. And just to confirm, this address is 1385 West 29th Street.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, a compliance inspection was conducted on July 1st, 2024. And the notice to correct is going to be issued shortly. It's under review.
Commissioner Melendez, can you enlighten us on what was on that report?
Give me 1 second. Let me just pull up the notice draft. So at present, the items that were identified was just the posting of the code of conduct, patron code, and the employee code of conduct. Also, the requirement to have a minimum storage of the recordings on the surveillance equipment of 90 days. Oftentimes, that's just an update with their provider. Next, there was a display of the cannabis goods. The cannabis goods need to be tethered if they're on the sales floor. So either one of the requirements is if the cannabis product is stored in a container and it's in the sales floor, it needs to be accompanied by a sales representative. Or it needs to be tethered down. This way someone just can't walk up in the sales floor, grab it, and then just kind of go off on their own. So either one, it needs to be tethered to the equipment or the cabinets, or a sales associate needs to be present with them the entire time. But those were the 3 items that were identified.
Commissioner Melendez, so these are all NTCs, correct?
NTC.
Yeah.
Just a notice to correct.
Any other questions for compliance staff? Or team?
No.
Okay. Hearing that, when will the note, do you know when the notice will be issued?
It should be issued shortly. Just needs to be signed and reviewed by senior executive staff. And once that's done, we'll send it out possibly within the next 10 days, and then they got 30 days to comply.
This Commissioner Lim, they also did not provide the notice to the nearest neighborhood council. So it seems like that hasn't been met. So there's a good chance this may be continued anyway. And for two reasons. Number one, we get a notice to comply, as well as evidence that they did provide timely proof of neighborhood council.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. We do have applicants' representatives here. You may approach the podium at this time. State your name for the record, and you will have 10 minutes to address the commission.
My name is Raven Woods. This is my partner, Jason Brown.
Hello.
I am the social equity applicant for this property. And last time I was here is probably like 5 years ago, wasn't at this place. So basically, I put the location here because I wanted to provide education and information to the students around USC. I'm a retired mental health worker with a nonprofit background. I've had a nonprofit for like 24 years. When I won the license, I had just had an injury at work, so I was off of work for about a year. I qualified as having a tier 1, having an arrest when I was 20, so about 300 years ago. I had cannabis arrest, and then I asked God, why did I win out of all these thousands of people that are applying? He said he already prepared me for this. And I didn't understand it until I realized it was supposed to be for those who were disproportionately affected by the failed war on drugs. I definitely was one of those people. The nonprofit, I was already giving to the community. I was already servicing the community for 24 years. So it just fit right into my program, what I do. And when people wouldn't want to help me about serving the community before, now all of a sudden they got to, they would like to help me because I'm in cannabis. I met my partner, Jason Brown, after I've been in a 2.5-year predatorial relationship with the investor that figured he could just tell me what to do, when to do it, how to do it, and what I would get out of it and all that. For 2.5 years, I couldn't do anything. He closed down the location. PCR opened up the ability for me to move into another location, which gave me a new life. Right now, we have 80% of our clients are our students. I provide them with services, and I actually try to help them create their own businesses before they graduate. The professors come to my shop. The community, I serve them food, clothes. I mean, I'm a nonprofit guy, so I do that when I'm asleep without cannabis. And there's absolutely no reason I wouldn't meet the neighborhood council. I just personally don't have the lawyers. I don't have the compliance team. The only person I have that actually helps me as a social equity applicant is this gentleman right here. Great operator. He knows the business inside out. I finally found somebody that adhered to what social equity, the spirit of it was supposed to be like. That partner that knew the business, that was going to usher me in and guide me and lead me and help me. Everybody else didn't get that, and so I'm just really, really, really grateful for being in this position, even though it took me 5 years. We're open and operational. We have a steady flow of customers. The parents of the students talk to me. I get a chance to do things that I naturally do while he makes sure that the store runs and operates appropriately. I had a whole list of stuff I want to say, but as you see, I can't talk that much, and this is just gratitude. So, I mean, I'll try a couple things just because I know he has some stuff to say. But the location, took me 2 years to search for it. When I got there, I thought I was going to have to create a community and a culture for the students to understand about the medicinal purposes of cannabis. They have 4,000 followers that have a cannabis club at USC. They're my kids. They get free lifts and Ubers to my store. There's a pharmacy connected to the wall of my store. If they ever come looking for drugs, I send them next door to the pharmacy. Tell them we have medicinal plants. And if you don't believe me, research it. If you don't know how to research, drop out of school because you're going to flunk all your school courses. And so I tell them, don't believe nothing I say, study it, research it. And if you don't know where to go research it, we'll give you some information. And once you find the information, talk to each other about it. And you guys set these stigmas and put them in the right place. And this propaganda that allowed us to get here in the first place. I'll talk forever, but go ahead. Anything he wants to say, I can tell you. everything I know.
Yeah, I'll keep it short and sweet. And then, of course, if any questions, I will give a little bit of a public flogging to ourselves because we did get that, the audit that came by. I believe you might have a question about it. We since, so some good news, we have since have sent an email to Fred, who was the one who was the auditor, and with the corrections of everything that we've done. Actually, the things that you guys had said, there was a couple other ones, but I think they were suggestive instead of required. So we had done those because we thought they were good suggestions as well. I could go on and in everybody's interest that's been here. I won't talk about our security system, and I've run a lot of dispensaries. We have a robust security system. We're very compliant. The good news about our staff is we've hired very locally. Most of the staff walks to the store to go to work, which they love. And
the students.
Yeah, and some students that have come in and worked part-time and they're going to school. Yeah, long story short is I think we're a good shining example of what the social equity program could be. We become partners. We're actually starting other businesses together outside of cannabis. It's just been a great experience, and I would like to commend the DCR. Everybody that I've worked with has been extremely helpful. So with that, I'll answer any questions.
This is Commissioner Melendez. So we just like to address the neighborhood situation. Have you guys reached out to the local neighborhood council?
Most definitely. I just reached, and it's weird because that's something that I'm very comfortable with doing. I didn't really realize that I had to do that once I got the information about the having the two meetings, July 5th and July 11th. I thought that's what it was. And once I found out today, I talked to our city council over at Marquise Dawson's office. They gave me the information. I emailed her. I asked for an immediate meeting as soon as possible. And that's just my lane. You know, I really am not the operator type of guy in the retail store, even though he teaches me a whole lot about the business. But yes, I reached out to her and I will be meeting with her within the next 5 to 6 days.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Lim. As you heard before, that is one of the requirements to get a annual license is to reach out to the neighborhood council. So
I can show you the email if you want.
So you have the email.
I personally just reached out to her because I just found out about that, and I actually Marquise Dawson's office gave me the.
Who's your email address to?
To julian.nancy@gmail.com.
Okay, so he's reached out to the board president.
So I think, can you forward that to Jason here? So
Sure.
then that would satisfy the requirement. So if you forward that, then that would satisfy the requirement that we need.
Okay, just good.
No, I'm the former president of that board. And so he reached out to the current board president. I'll go on the record as verifying that that is legitimate information. And we can continue.
This is no coincidence.
Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director. I can confirm that the applicant has forwarded the email sent to the neighborhood council offering to appear to the DCR licensing at lecity.org account. I do have that on file now.
Thank you.
And based upon having that on file, can you modify the report? How do we modify the report?
Yes, Commissioner Lim. Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director. If I may make 2 oral modifications to the DCR staff report. I would like to modify the evidence to offer to meet with the neighborhood council from a no to a yes. The applicant has submitted proof to DCR licensing that they have in fact reached out to the neighborhood council. And secondarily, Vice President Nash pointed out that the cover page indicated that the applicant was scheduled for a compliance inspection on July 1st. The licensing team had not received a memo from our compliance team, so the report does not include any of the items that were discovered as part of that compliance inspection. We did have a member of our compliance team come to the podium, provide information as it related to the compliance inspection, and they did speak orally that they would be issuing a notice to correct for some of the outstanding items that were discovered, and the applicant will go ahead and resolve those issues. We do have on the oral record the types of deficiencies that were found, and we do have on the oral record what the applicant was doing to address those deficiencies.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the applicant?
Could I say just two more things? Or is it last time?
Does he have time?
You're
Well,
winning.
his time was already, we're in two
Oh.
questions now.
This is Emily Watt with the City Attorney's Office. I think his presentation is over, his 10 minutes is over, but you are now engaged in the question and answer, so
Okay.
he's not so limited.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So I was just gonna say that the technology, as far as the way that he was suggesting about the tethering of the product and or having a student there, someone working for me there to actually monitor it. Well, we have staff that does that, but because we had the compliance team in there right at that moment, we didn't have them there. But this technology is what I want to talk about. It's mainly so the student knows exactly what's in the product. It tells them what it does to the body, how it affects you, if it's something that you need for anxiety, sleep, food. And so that is really a component that nobody else is really using. And I just want the students to be informed, or the people that come in to be informed about what they're doing, not just to come in and they say drink responsibly in alcohol. I say, if you're going to smoke, you're going to use it tinctures, do it responsibly. The other part is I put this store there because of Karen Bass and Dr. Imani Brown being graduates from USC. I never wanted to hide what we were doing there. I always just wanted to make sure that everybody knows this is an example of what we're supposed to do in the community. It's not just about making money for me. Some of my partners was like, "Oh, you're crazy." I'm like, people are going to buy weed, but I want to be known as the person that actually did something for this group of people that are around here. I want to build an invisible bridge from the neighborhood to the campus and have the students there also be able to do internships at the store. So it's a thing where the interns can actually be working next to the people that they're studying in these books, and the people in the neighborhood. Some of them may not be able to step on campus unless I provide them with a scholarship some kind of way. Those are my reasons for being this.
Thank you. I had a question and it's gone.
Sorry about that.
I've seen your store because you are near my dry cleaners.
Oh, yeah.
And-
Harry, that's
right
that's
there.
our owner, yeah.
Yeah. He's a funny guy.
Yes, he is.
And I did have a conversation with your security, and I almost thought he was a sales associate. He was so knowledgeable, but he really did attribute a lot of his knowledge to the two of you. So I'm giving that back to you from him. And I can appreciate the cleanliness of your operation. I didn't go inside because I didn't want my name in your database, but just from the outside looking in, it appeared to be very organized, very clean. He was very friendly. And so I guess welcome to the neighborhood.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Other than that, I don't have anything. I do believe though, as is our practice, because there are some things you guys need to clean up, we are going to continue this item.
No,
No,
we're satisfied.
are you?
Yes.
email.
We have.
I think you need a motion.
Well, there were some other compliance issues too, because in this, okay, then fine.
Yeah.
Fine,
Yeah.
fine. Do we have a motion? I'll be quiet.
This is Commissioner Lim in regards to number 18 DCR core record number 310045 for the business located at 1385 West 29th Street, I make a motion to adopt the staff report as amended orally at today's hearing.
This is Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Okay, Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry.
Item 19, DCR Core Record number 310043. And item 20, DCR Core Record number 310030 are continued to our September 19th meeting. The commission will recess at this time for 15 minutes, and we will return with item 21.
Oh.
Wait, we're ready? Okay, let her. Maybe go.
Well.
Thank you. The time is 7:01. We are now resuming. We are on to item number 21, DCR Core Record number 310023. This is a request from Healpura, from Healpura LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 2,577 square foot commercial building located at 13030 West San Vicente Boulevard. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have speaker cards, nor is there a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Thank you so much. At this time, we'll hear from department staff.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Washington, and I'll present item number 21 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 310023 is associated with Healpura LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The business is located in the Brentwood Pacific Palisades Community Plan area within Council District 11. The business premises is located at 13030 West San Vicente Boulevard, Los Angeles, California 90049, a parcel zone for neighborhood commercial purposes. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of September 12, 2022. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code, LAMC, and DCR's rules and regulations, and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-00001026 LIC, to conduct retail of on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through May 3rd, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC 104.20 for the social equity program. Social equity applicants are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 104.20. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants or SEIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC 104.20 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share review requirements at that time. On or about June 21st, 2024, DCR provided notice of the Community Meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. 2 virtual community meetings were held on Friday, July 5th, 2024 from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. and Thursday, July 11th, 2024 from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. During the meetings, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the second community meeting. In general, the oral and written comments provided by the public were against the application being approved. Reasons cited included the following. Number 1, it has created traffic and parking issues for the area. Number 2, public safety issues, which have included numerous break-in attempts, resulting in alarms often going off. 1 attempt resulted in gunfire. Number 3, proximity to school bus pickup and drop-off locations. Number 4, consumers are often intoxicated and smoke in the area as they wander aimlessly. There is no neighborhood council representing this particular area. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a class 1 and class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines.
Since the project meets all the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. Therefore, DCR recommends that the commission adopt the recommendations included in this staff report and approve the issuance of this license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Any questions for staff?
Yes, there's Commissioner Lim. Because there's no neighborhood council representing this particular area, I guess there's no notice that needs to be sent to them.
So we provide notice to the closest bona fide neighborhood council, which is West LA. So on that side of the city along Wilshire and then here on Sawtell, the West LA neighborhood council is the closest, and that's who we send notice to. However, the business is not located within a bona fide neighborhood council, which is why it won't appear on the report.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Okay, thank you.
So
Okay.
so the fact that there is no neighborhood council, what is the requirement then for them to be able to reach out to the neighborhood council? Is that not applicable?
What we've advised people to do is reach out to the closest, which in this instance is West LA.
Yeah, you know that earlier, yes. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Well, this is Commissioner Lim, then I guess in this case, there's no record that they did reach out to the West Hollywood Neighborhood Council.
They did submit evidence that they reached out to the West LA Neighborhood Council.
It's not set forth in the report.
If
It is.
on the what we tried to do to make, sorry, Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director, we've added a number of new fields to the table on the front page of the report to help consolidate the information for the commissioners. Right under the LEMC section phase, we have a section for the evidence.
Oh, okay. Understood. I have that. Thank you. You changed the form.
No one can say we're not thorough. Okay, any other questions for staff?
I was just hoping you could repeat that because I kind of got lost in it.
Oh.
Where is that information?
On the front table of the report, page 1, we tried to put as much information in the table. So right under the LMC section phase, we created a spot for evidence to meet with the neighborhood council. And then we've added the complaint portal entry and recent compliance inspection.
Yes.
And then
Yes, I get, thank you.
And thank you for the modification to the report. Hopefully it'll make our lives a little easier. Any other questions for department staff? Hearing none, we do have 2 representatives here on behalf of this agenda item. You may now approach the podium. State your names for the record, your relationship to the applicant, and you'll have 10 minutes to address.
My name is Anna Mendoza, and I'm with TRP, the operator of the dispensary.
And my name is Kyle Suffolk, an authorized representative of the business Healpura LLC.
Yes.
And we agree with the DCR's report that we are in compliance. We thank you for your time and that we're here to answer any questions.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Commissioners, any questions?
This is Commissioner Melendez. I know that area right there where you're at on San Vicente. I know it's busy with a lot of traffic. And I've noticed that there's a complaint about the traffic nuisance. Can you address that?
I can't understand why that would be the perception other than the regular traffic that currently exists. I don't have any answers for you on that, why there's additional traffic on San Vicente.
This is Commissioner Lim. Looking at the pictures that was submitted with your application, there seems there were designated parking for your retail store. How many designated parking spots do you have for your retail store?
I believe it's 7 with an ADA unit or an ADA.
Yeah, we have a dedicated parking spot, a parking lot behind the premises. I can look it up on Google satellite imagery and tell you exactly how many spaces we have. But I believe it's somewhere between 8 to 10 with one ADA.
And with the designated parking spot that you have in that location, is that usually sufficient for the customers that you have?
Every time I've been there, that's been my observation.
Okay.
Yeah, there's 8 spots.
Is there a school drop-off or location nearby that area? It doesn't seem like there would be.
It is my understanding that there is a bus stop on 26th and San Vicente. It is not a sensitive use.
And this is President Mason. The social equity programming the city offers, have you all utilized any of it?
We absolutely have. We've.
You're
done
gonna
the
say
training.
seed funds?
Yes, thank you.
Mhm.
This Commissioner Lim, has there been an attempt for break-in at your retail store?
Yes, we did have a smash and grab. They left with bags of rice. And
Bags of rice?
yes, we have, yes, as you may know, they're dummy bags and they're filled with rice. And so the break-in, I'm sure they had a lot to eat that evening because that was the extent of it. After that, we did install riot-proof glass and bollards. And there's a roll down as well.
Okay.
Was there any gunfire in your store
Absolutely
area?
not. Absolutely not.
Thank you. And this is Commissioner Lim again. What precautions do you take to avoid customers smoking in the premises?
We have no smoking signage throughout our property. We have it in store, and if anybody is seen on site smoking, they are no longer allowed at our store, and we have security to deter any nefarious behavior.
And so you have security that roams the area to look
Yes,
for anyone that
absolutely.
is smoking in the area?
Yes, our perimeters.
Any other questions, commissioners? Okay. Well, thank you for being here this evening and for your patience.
Of course, thank you so much.
Going on to deliberations, if any. Okay, do we have a motion in that case?
This is Commissioner Lim, in regards to number 21, DCR core record number 310023 for the business located at 13030 West San Vicente Boulevard. I make a motion to adopt staff report dated July 15, 2024.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We are on to item 22.
Thank you, Commission.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
DCR core record number 310010. This is a request from Hierba LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 5,139 square foot commercial building located at 2625 East Caesar E. Chavez Avenue. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We have a raised hand in the virtual meeting. I'm
You may
not sure.
verify.
Caller with phone number ending in 9680. Please state whether you're from a neighborhood council for this item.
I am not. I am representing Hierba LLC.
Okay, the commission president will call on you. And we will unmute you
Thank you.
at that time.
Thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from staff.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Andrew Washington. I'll present item number 22 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 310010 is associated with Hierba LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail with on-site commercial cannabis activity. The business is located in the Boyle Heights Community Plan area within Council District 14. The business premises is located at 2625 East Cesar E. Chavez Avenue, Los Angeles, California 90033, a parcel zoned for the community commercial purposes. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of October 4th, 2021. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code, LAMC, and DCR's rules and regulations, and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, license number C10-0000806-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales, commercial cannabis activity, which is active through April 27, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the social equity program. Social equity applicants are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 104.20. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants, SEIAs, must possess unrestricted ownership of their shares of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC 104.20 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about June 21st, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. 2 virtual community meetings were held on Friday, July 5th, 2024 from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. and Thursday, July 11th, 2024 from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. During the meetings, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the second community meeting. In general, the oral and written comments provided by the public were for the application, stating that the staff is friendly and the business has become a staple in the community. The staff report lists a number of reasons why DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine that this project is categorically exempt. Therefore, DCR recommends that the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the department? Okay, we do have a representative.
Yes. Caller with phone number ending in 96. Oop, he dropped. There it is. Caller with phone number ending in 9680. Please state your name and how you represent this applicant. You have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Guillermo Menjivar. I'm calling on behalf of item 22. That's DCR application core number 310010 for Hierba LLC. Before I begin, I just wanted to thank you guys and thank everybody that's been here through this meeting, whether in person or remote. I know a lot of us have spent a lot of time here. I want to thank the DCR as a whole, Commissioner Lim, Commissioner Melendez, Vice President Nash, President Mason, City Attorney, and Executive Director Greenz for giving us this opportunity this evening. I know it's been a long road for everyone here, and I just want to start off again by saying thank you guys for all your time, and most importantly, recognizing the fact that we're all here in this room as a community representing cannabis, and that's a proper representation of cannabis throughout. And for us here at Hierba, we're proud to serve the community of Boyle Heights, and we are committed to upholding the highest standards in both safety and security, as well as education. We're very grateful to serve our community and take pride in participating and contributing to local events in the community of Boyle Heights, such as the Los Angeles Police Department, Holiday Community Police Stations, Holiday Toy Drive, and their back to school supplies giveaway. Never in a million years would we thought that, our engagement through cannabis and cannabis dollars can reach school children making their way back into school that are underprivileged. We partner with our neighboring businesses and community for food pantry efforts and have hosted numerous charitable community events. We'll be celebrating our 3rd year of operation in October, as mentioned, and the partnership with our community is unwavering. Together, we've made our food and clothing drives a huge success. We believe that in return, it's our responsibility for our community to have a clean and safe environment for their shopping of cannabis needs. Hierba is proud to provide just that. We will never compromise on compliance, and to date, our inspection record has been exceptional and responsive. Hierba has also been financially responsible throughout our journey, and to date, we have never missed a tax payment. We also focus our staffing needs to hire Los Angelinos and local community members. I'm proud to announce that over 80% of our staff resides within a mile or mile and a half of our shop. Hierba is grateful to operate under the guidance of the DCR. Together, we are shaping the landscape of what legal cannabis should be, and we'll continue to operate with core values that focus on safe cannabis built by our community for the communities we serve. Thank you.
Thank you. This is President Mason. Question for you. The city's social equity programming. Have you utilized any of it?
Yes. Yes.
Which programs?
And like everyone else, the
Please.
grant component has been amazing.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for this applicant?
This is Commissioner Lim. I just want to make a comment that you had 7 favorable community members that approved your application. So I commend you for being part of the community.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, concerns, commissioners? Okay. Thank you. We will move on to deliberation. If any.
Seems to be 3 years, same location, 7 favorable comments, I think solid operator.
Thank you. Alrighty, then we will, I'll call for a motion.
This is Vice President Nash regarding item number 22, DCR core record number 310010 for the business located at 2625 East Cesar E. Chavez Avenue. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated July 15, 2024.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you, Mr. Vizo. Please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 23 is DCR core record number 310004. This is a request from Puff LA LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 5,240 square foot commercial building located at 1912 East Cesar E. Chavez Avenue. Are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item, Mr. Vizo?
There is no speaker cards, nor is there a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we will hear from staff.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Washington, and I'll present item number 23 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 310004 is associated with Puff LA LLC.
The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The business is located in the Boyle Heights Community Plan area within Council District 14. The business premises is located at 1912 East Cesar E. Chavez Avenue, Los Angeles, California, 90033. A parcel zone for highway-oriented and limited commercial purposes. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of October 6, 2021. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code, LAMC, and DCR's rules and regulations, and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-0000811 LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through May 10th, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. Social equity applications are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 104.20. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants or SEIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC 104.20 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about June 21st, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. 2 virtual community meetings were held on Friday, July 5th, 2024 from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. and Thursday, July 11th, 2024 from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. During the meetings, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also provided online written input through the date of the second community meeting. In general, the oral and written comments provided by the public were in support of issuing an annual license. The staff report lists a number of reasons why DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approves the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you, commissioners. Any questions for staff? And hearing none, we will, is there an applicant representative?
Actually,
Okay.
I'm sorry, this, Commissioner Lim, it says that an inspection was held on July 12th, 2024. And I was wondering if you have any report based upon the inspection on July 12th.
Commissioner Jason Glean, Assistant Executive Director. No, there has not been a compliance inspection as of July 12th of 2024. So the report should show no for this particular item. As Vice President Nash pointed out earlier, we are getting notified when compliance is scheduling different businesses to do their annual compliance inspection, and the licensing team is trying to identify that on the report. For this particular record, nothing had been scheduled with the applicant as of July 12th, and to my knowledge, we have not inspected this operator. No inspection for this one. So as the commission kind of considers these items, if us putting dates on that table makes it, we're not communicating our thoughts there. we will take that into account and make sure that the next round of reports make it more clear.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, I don't have a speaker card, but I do see an applicant's representative identified. Is there someone in the queue?
Oh, there you were. There was a raised hand. Oh, there it is. Caller with phone number ending in 3192. Please state your name and how you represent the applicant. You have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tony Gannum. I'm part owner at Puff LA LLC. Just want to say we appreciate the opportunity and consideration to continue to be able to operate our dispensary in Los Angeles and more specifically in Boyle Heights. So I want to take a quick opportunity to highlight some aspects of our business that we're very proud of. We sell safe, quality tested, price conscious products that we purchase solely from licensed wholesalers. All of our sales move through the state's mandated seed to sale software, which is Metric. On the staffing side, we prioritize hiring staff members from the local community and are proud to say that a majority of our staff live within the 9033 zip code, which is our surrounding area and kind of all within a 2-mile radius. Our internal training programs not only ensure that our employees can properly educate customers about products, but provides our employees with some hard and soft skills needed in their current and future careers. Customer service is very important to us and highlighted by our high ratings across all review listing sites such as Google and Weed Maps, which are pretty popular in the cannabis industry. We maintain a clean and safe environment with armed security from a third-party provider during all business hours and are happy to highlight that we've never had any major safety or crime issues in our nearly 2.5 years of operations. Compliance is very important to us, and we've passed all surprise DCC, fire, or building and safety inspections. I will confirm that we have not yet had any DCR inspections this year, but thanks for giving us a hint that it might be coming. On the tax side, I know many people struggle with this, and I think one caller mentioned it earlier. It's not to any fault of their own, it's just the unfortunate nature of the cannabis industry. But, we thankfully have been so blessed and are happy to say that we've been able to pay all of our state, city, and sales taxes on time from the moment we've opened our doors. And I think most importantly, we try and we're very intentional about ingraining ourselves within the fabric of our community. We've participated in food drives around Thanksgiving, toy drives during Christmas, clothing drives, helping fill the Milpa Grill community fridge, which is located right down East Cesar Chavez Avenue. We try to donate to local back to school efforts. And frankly, we've never done any of those things because we thought we'd be here sharing them on this during this meeting. All to say, we love the community that seemingly loves us back. So we're very appreciative for that. And that's it. So I thank you all for the time.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there any questions for the representative? Well, I have my usual question about the social equity programming. Have you all taken advantage of it?
I'll give you a slightly unique response. Yes, we've taken advantage of the grant funding, of course. I probably make use of the hotline more than anyone. And thankfully now, I think the response rate's a lot better than I think maybe even DCR will admit it was when this all kind of started going. So thankfully, we've been able to make use of that. Made use of some of kind of the basic kind of business 101 tutorials. Frankly, that was all kind of required as part of the grant funding program, but we actually found some good utility out of some of those tutorials. And I'd say that's where we've utilized most of the resources.
Well, I do appreciate your answer. Thank you so much. Commissioners, any other questions for the applicant? Okay, looks like you're done. Thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
We are open to deliberations, if any, and if not, we can move to motion. Okay, let's go for a motion.
This is Vice President Nash regarding item number 23, DCR core record number 310004 for the business located at 1912 East Cesar E. Chavez Avenue. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated July 15, 2024.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item 24, DCR core record number 310006 has been continued to our September 19th, 2024 meeting. We are now on to item 25, DCR core record number 101806. This is a request from Grateful Meds Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 9,100 square foot commercial building located at 547 South Seaton Street and 542 South Alameda Street. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office officials on this, elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have any speaker cards, nor is there a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Thank you for confirming. At this time, we will hear from staff.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Washington, and I'll present item number 25 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 101806 is associated with Grateful Meds, Inc. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The business is located in the Central City North Community Plan area within Council District 14. The business premises is located 542 South Alameda Street and 547 South Seaton Avenue, a parcel zone for heavy manufacturing purposes. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1st, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code, LAMC, and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C12-0000327-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through August 11th, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. The applicant is an existing medical marijuana dispensary or EMMD pursuant to Los Angeles Municipal Code, LAMC Section 105.03, subsection B. And EMMD shall not be subject to the zone, distance, and sensitive use restrictions stated in LAMC Section 105.02 until after December 31st, 2025, on the condition that the EMMD operates and continues to operate in compliance with the distance and sensitive use restrictions. On or about June 21st, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. 2 virtual community meetings were held on Friday, July 5th, 2024 from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. and Thursday, July 11th, 2024 from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. During the meetings, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the second community meeting. While no oral testimony was provided by the public, neither for nor against the application, representatives of the business advocated for the consistent compliance with state and local regulations. The staff report lists a number of reasons why DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not
is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine that this project is categorically exempt. Therefore, DCR recommends that the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Okay, hearing none. We do have a representative here. I don't need to give you any instructions.
I'm going to keep it short and sweet. Hi, I'm Lisa Seelan. I am an attorney and a regulatory and compliance expert in the field of cannabis, and I have been doing this way too long. The business, Grateful Meds, which does business as Arts District Cannabis, is an original EMMD. They have been operating in the city of Los Angeles since 2007. And at their current location, I believe, since about 2013, 2012. When Prop D was passed and everybody had to move to different places because they were too close to then sensitive uses. Now they're in an industrial area and there are no sensitive uses around them. They are a vertically integrated business. They're a micro business. They have cultivation, distribution, and retail. And they do operate in full compliance with all the rules and regs in both the city and the state. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Yep, to my left.
This is Commissioner Melendez. Good to see you again. I'm just curious about the address on this, the 547 South Seaton and the 542 South Alameda Street. Do they abut? Not
Actually, it's an interesting situation. So the location on Alameda and Seaton are two lot tied properties with two buildings that are owned by the same person, and they lease it from this person that owns the property. The Seaton one actually is partially located on the Alameda part. That's why they actually did a lot type, because I guess they're older buildings. They were built probably a gazillion years ago. They're near the DWP over there and Fifth. And so they run the retail out of the Alameda side, but then they have cultivation and everything in both locations. So that's why they have a micro business. So that's why they have two separate addresses.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, hearing none. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We are on to deliberations, if any. Hearing no deliberations, is there a motion?
This is Commissioner Lim in regards to agenda number 25 DCR core record number 101806 for a business located at 547 South Seaton Street and 542 South Alameda Street. I make a motion to adopt staff report dated July 15, 2024.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Thank you. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Item 26 is DCR core record number 101747. This is a request from ECCWH LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within 8,242 square foot commercial building located at 20010 West Ventura Boulevard. Mr. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have speaker cards, nor is there a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Thank you so much. Then at this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good evening. My name is Corey Blake, licensing supervisor, and I will present item number 26 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Court Record Number 101747 is associated with ECCWH LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The business is located in the Canoga Park, Winnetka, Woodland Hills, West Hills Community Plan Area within Council District 3. The business premises is located at 20010 West Ventura Boulevard, Woodland Hills, 91364, a parcel zoned for neighborhood office commercial purposes. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-000031-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales, commercial cannabis activity, which is active through May 2nd, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC 104.20 for the social equity program. On or about June 21, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and cannabis regulation commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all properties within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. 2 virtual meetings were held on Friday, July 5th, 2024, 9 through 11 a.m. and Thursday, July 11th, 2024 from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the second community meeting. In general, oral and written comments provided by the public were in support of issuing an annual license. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. A compliance inspection was conducted by the department on July 3rd, 2024. A representative from the Compliance Enforcement Division is in attendance and is available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission to adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. And that concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for department staff?
This is Commissioner Melendez. Can we get Hector up here? If you'd be so kind.
Hello, Commissioners. Hector Alicon, Senior Management Analyst. Yes, a compliance inspection was conducted on July 3rd, 2024. And July 9th, 2024, a compliance notice to correct was issued. There were 5 items that were observed. First item was the display of display of neighborhood liaison contact. The information on the wall was incorrect from what was on the record. They requested them to submit a mod, which they successfully did, submitted the mod, submitted the appropriate documentation. It was submitted, completed, and the neighborhood liaison has been updated on the record. The next item was security measures. There was a lack of a recording of 90-day minimum requirement for video recordings on the surveillance equipment. That has been confirmed as corrected as well. This next item is the security plans, standard operating procedures. Our compliance inspection team did not identify the standard operating procedures on site. So that is an item that still remains. They just need to submit that document to us via email. Item number 4 is delivery request receipt. That item has been confirmed as corrected by the operator. The next item is product transport, which is delivery vehicle utilizing global positioning system, which is GPS for the vehicles. And that item has been confirmed as well as corrected by DCR compliance team. So the only outstanding item is a standard operating procedure that they can just send via email to our compliance inspector, and that would be confirmed fairly shortly. They've been in communication with the operator.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else?
This is Commissioner Lim. when we seen the product transport using the mobile phone instead of the global positioning system device, those were construed as minor. Do you know why in this case it was considered a major violation?
Oh, that may just be a misprint. If it's identified as minor in our municipal code, then that may have just been a misprint. Okay, but they did immediately provide confirmation of their GPS system.
This is Vice President Nash. How did the department verify that the applicant is now obtaining the signature when products are delivered and that the applicant's employee's first name is included on the delivery order?
Yeah, so what they can do is they can provide a sales receipt and send that via email. So they provided that sales receipt that provides all that required documentation or information. The delivery staff member's name, their identification number, product, all the requirements on that sales receipt. So that was confirmed as compliant.
This is Vice President Nash. So are you saying that they've just submitted at least one example of them putting that
Yes.
information on there?
Yes, that is correct. One example that their system was updated, their POS system, and the delivery system was updated to include all that information.
Thank you.
And that was sufficient.
This is Commissioner Lim, in regards to the delivery request receipt, was the form it needed to be updated and that's why or was it that certain items were missing within the form?
Yeah, it was just a matter of them speaking with their POS provider, their system, and then requiring them to update their system to add that information, that required information.
This is Commissioner Lim, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Okay, thank you. We do have an applicant's representative here.
Lisa Seelan again, and by the way, thank you guys all for this. I mean, it is really late and I appreciate everything you do. So to the DCR and the commission, I know this is painful for all of us, but I'm glad you're here to doing it. Anyway, ECCWH, which used to be called Humboldt Relief, and I like that easier because that's what I could call them. They go by Elevate, that is their brand name. They are on Ventura Boulevard in Woodland Hills, and they are an EMMD. They've been around since 2006. And fortunately, several of the original owners are still involved, which is very nice. And they just have been running a very good show for a very long time and are, they've been through all the ropes like everybody else, but I think that they're very worthy of getting their annual license. And I appreciate that.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant's representative?
This Commissioner Lim, it's just I want to commend you for taking care of these violations quickly and not wait the 30-day time period and address all these citations except for the standard operating procedure.
Which I think is already being sent in this week. We actually, the minute they did the inspection, we requested before we got the written report for the inspecting team to give us every violation on spot so we could take care of them as quickly as possible. And most of them were already taken care of, as you can see, before this hearing. And I think that was the only one that was outstanding.
No other questions? I think that when people attend in person, they get a sense of the commission's flow, the areas of concern that we have, and it gives them an opportunity to prepare their other clients going forward to be more responsive to the compliance inspections and have things up to par when they come before us. So thank you for the initiative.
Yeah, other than the initial inspection that everybody goes through in the beginning, which could have been years ago, there really hasn't been an inspection. So a lot of people didn't know, for example, on their badges that the record number was wrong. Why? Because we actually have changed the numbers since the original applications. So a lot of them had old record numbers on. And then when they redid the annual licensing through the DCR, a lot of people didn't know. We didn't learn about it until I came here one day and I said, oops, wrong. And then I started contacting my clients and saying, okay, we got to fix your record,
To my
And-
point.
Yes,
To my point,
perfectly.
yeah.
And then on top of it, a lot of the people don't know about the GPS that has to be independent, even though you tell them, they think, oh, they've got a cell phone, it's got a GPS, I can just use that. Well, that's not what you need to do. And little items like having the identification ability to read how old somebody is, the age reader in your car, not just at the shop. So little things like that, we're all learning as we move along. And I think it's very educational to sit here and listen. I mean, I've enjoyed it, and I think you guys all ask really excellent questions. So, I give you a lot of kudos for learning all this because it's taken me years to learn it all.
We're all still learning, trust me.
Yeah.
Thank
But
you.
anyways, thank you so much. I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Any deliberations? Okay, then may I have a motion?
This is Vice President Nash regarding item number 26, DCR Core Record number 101747 for the business located at 20010 West Ventura Boulevard. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated July 15, 2024.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Rizzo, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
See you in a month. We are on to item number 27, DCR Core Record number 100623. This is a request from Organic Green Treatment Center LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 3,550 square foot commercial building located at 3791 South Second Avenue. Mr. Visa, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
There is no speaker cards, nor is a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll hear the staff's presentation.
Good evening. My name is Corey Blake, licensing supervisor, and I will present item number 27 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 100623 is associated with Organic Green Treatment Center LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The business is located in the West Adams, Baldwin Hills, Lamar Community Plan area within Council District 10. The business premises is located at 3791 South Second Avenue, Los Angeles 90018, a parcel zone for neighborhood commercial purposes. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of October 13, 2020. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10000049-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through May 9th, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. On or about June 21, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all properties within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. 2 virtual community meetings were held on Friday, July 5th, 2024, 9 to 11 a.m. and Thursday, July 11th, 2024, from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. During the meetings, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the second community meeting. In general, the oral and written comments provided by the public were in support of issuing an annual license. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you so much, commissioners. Any questions for staff? Okay, then at this time, we do have a representative here on behalf of the applicant. You may approach the podium. You're already there.
I've been watching and following the trend here. Good evening. My name is Aline Gazarian, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Organic Green Treatment Center. I'm here today in support of Organic Green Treatment Center's application for an annual license. We thank you for this opportunity to discuss our application with you. We have been a part of the Los Angeles community since 2007, when we first obtained a business tax registration certificate. For 17 years, we have continuously served the community and adapt to evolving regulations. We are now on the brink of realizing our longstanding goal of becoming a licensed commercial cannabis business in the city of Los Angeles. Our devotion to the community's well-being is unwavering, and we pledge to continue prioritizing safety and responsibility in our products and operations. As a business, we understand the importance of adhering to the operational requirements outlined in the rules and regulations for cannabis procedures. We are eager to collaborate with the Department of Cannabis Regulations throughout the licensing process. Thank you for your consideration of our application. We are confident that our track record shows we operate with integrity. Our dedication to the process makes us a strong candidate for an annual license. Here for any questions. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions?
Yes, Commissioner Mills, how long have you been at this address?
We have been there since about 2016.
And where were you prior to that?
We were just up the street. I don't have the exact address, but we were in that same district.
So since 2007, you guys have been in that little area. of
Yes,
the
exactly.
Lamar
Yeah, but proximities.
proximity. Oh, thank you.
I believe prior to, they may have had a storefront on Crenshaw.
We had one on Exposition and for a short time on Crenshaw.
Any other questions? Okay. In that case, we are open for deliberations. Thank you for being here,
Thank you for having me.
if any.
Yeah, I think it looks good to me. They've been there for a long, long time. They've been part of the community. No one's complaining. I mean, can't ask more than that.
They're in a unique location, where they pretty much are the only commercial traffic that's located there. I drive past there a lot, and it's on the backside of a railroad track, and so their traffic doesn't impact any of the other businesses because there are no other businesses. They're kind of like standalone, so.
Location.
Location, and they've got plenty of street parking, so. Any other deliberations? All right, who's giving me the motion?
This is Commissioner Lim, in regards number 27 DCR core record number 1000623 for the business located at 3791 South Second Avenue. I make a motion to adopt staff report dated July 15, 2024.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you, Mr. Vizo. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 28 is DCR core record number 320026. This is a request from P22 Company LLC or 3P22 Co. LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 4,510 square foot commercial commercial building located at 11906 West Wilshire Boulevard. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We have a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
You may verify their affiliation.
Caller with phone number ending in 4510. Please state whether you represent a neighborhood council.
I believe that's my partner.
Council, I'm a member, I'm an owner.
Okay, we
Okay.
will mute you for now and call you when the commission president calls for the applicant's rep.
Thank you. At this time, we'll hear from department staff.
Good evening. My name is Corey Blake, licensing supervisor, and I will present item number 28 for the Department of Cannabis Regulations. DCR core record number 320026 is associated with P22 Company LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The business is located in the West Los Angeles Community Plan area within Council District 11. The business premises is located at 11906 West Wilshire Boulevard, Los Angeles 90025, a parcel zone for community commercial purposes. The applicant does not have a temporary approval at this time by DCR. The applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and is in the process of completing all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. Currently, the applicant does not possess a state provisional license to conduct retail with on-site sales. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. Social equity applications are evaluated for compliance with equity share requirements under LAMC 104.20. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants, SEIAs, must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant, a proportional right to vote into the profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC 104.20 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about June 21, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. 2 virtual community meetings were held on Friday, July 5th, 2024, 9 to 11 a.m. and Thursday, July 11th, 2024, from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. During the meetings, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the second community meeting. 1 comment was provided against the applicant. Reasons cited included that it poses a risk to the children due to its close proximity to a school, safety concerns associated with the inherent risk of a dispensary in the area, and the strong odor of cannabis affecting air quality. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing fact or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it's appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. At this time, I would like to turn presentation over to Assistant Director Jason Killeen, who has more to share on this topic.
Good evening, Commissioners. Jason Killeen, Assistant Executive Director. We're in the process of pulling up an email that has some of the images related to this particular project, given the fact that a letter was submitted by the Los Angeles Unified School District about the proximity between the applicant and the location. So as soon as we get that up, I will be able to walk you through what our findings were.
We're not yet ready to.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
As we're pulling up the images, just to remind the commission, there's some unique land use related review and rules associated with commercial cannabis activity. So each of the commercial cannabis activities have their own distance from identified sensitive uses, and it varies activity to activity. So when we're doing our land use review, we look at the individual activity, the business premises diagram where that activity is going to occur, and that drives how we do the measurements. So for vertically integrated businesses that may have cultivation and distribution, when we're looking at it, if they do have a retail component, we're measuring from the closest exterior wall to that activity in terms of looking at sensitive uses. If they have non-retail activities like cultivation, we do measurements from the closest exterior wall, and it's only have to be 600 feet from schools. So there's different measurements that go on within a location based on the activities that are authorized. In the LUSD letter, they gave you a screenshot of 700 feet from the parcel boundary of the school. And when you look at the location where the commercial cannabis activity is going to occur, you'll see that it cuts through the middle of that parcel. Now, where the retail activity occurs is it's on outside of the 700 feet on Wilshire Boulevard. So even though the parcel is within 700 feet, the closest exterior wall to where the activity is occurring is not, within 700 feet. So what you can see here is the measurements from the entrance to the facility on Wilshire. You can see that it's 748 feet from the parcel boundary for the school. So the kind of the yellow dotted line there is where the school is. Can we go to the next image, please?
Wait, that's not the right agenda. We're still on agenda 28 and my partner was on the phone.
It's just a minor.
Is that a mix?
Yeah, we're still working on it.
You'll be called when it's your turn, right?
I didn't mean to interrupt.
So this is the front end of the facility on Wilshire. So you can see here, basically there's a shared facility right here. The commercial cannabis business is one of the occupants within this building.
I'm sorry, Mr. Colleen. This is Emily Wada from the City Attorney's Office. When you say right here, it's not very apparent to us. If you could probably describe the picture and where you're pointing to, like at the upper right portion or et cetera, make that as obvious as you can for the record. Thank you.
My apologies. So the measurement that I provided, we have some zoomed in images. You'll notice in the middle of the image towards the top, a red arrow. That red arrow is pointing towards the parcel where the commercial cannabis activity is occurring. The activity is occurring on the Wilshire end, which happens to be the closest exterior wall to the activity. So that's where we do the measurements from. You can see on the back end of the parcel, there's a kind of an overhang where light can come through like a blue roof. Then halfway into the parcel, you get into the parking lot. The activity is not accessible from the parking lot. Customers are not going in through the back of the facility, which is why we started our measurements from where the activity does occur and where customers go into the facility. Next slide or next image. And then here you can see the zoomed out one, which shows the full measurement from Wilshire Boulevard to the school. And again, it's still 748 feet from the entrance to the activity of the closest exterior wall. Next image, please. And then this is just the same rendering, except for instead of using the visual overlay for the buildings and everything, it's looking just at the parcels. So we did do an analysis. We do recognize that the school identified in LEOST's letter is a bona fide school. However, based on the measurements and the municipal code is outside of 700 feet of this operator. Next slide, please. Or next image. These next couple of images that we've submitted are just measurements from different points of the parcel. So based on doing it from the middle of the parcel, you can see that it's 754 feet away. Next image, please. On this one, again, in the middle of the picture, you have a red arrow that's pointing to the parcel in question. I did the measurement from the upper left-hand corner of the parcel, if you're looking at the image, and you can see from that corner to the boundary to the school at 747 feet. So we did measurements multiple ways to make sure that it did comply with the municipal code. And even in the LAUSD letter and the image that they showed, when they measured at 700 feet, it cuts through that parking lot. So we do believe that this location is compliant, even though LAUSD, based on their measurements, disagrees with the department's conclusion. And turn it back over to, for that reason, the DCR is recommending that the commission adopt the findings in the DCR report and issue an annual license to this operator.
Thank you. Thank you for the detailed illustrations too. That's much appreciated. Commissioner Melendez.
This is a question for Jason. Now, is the California code, is that 600 feet or is it 700 feet for the state of California?
California is 600 feet.
600 feet. So it's 100 feet more for the city of Los Angeles, correct?
Yes, it is.
So at 701 feet, this would still comply, correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank
Any other questions for staff?
This is Vice President Nash. Can you pull up the slides again?
Yes. Anyone? You know which one?
Was the one with the red arrow? The next one, I believe.
Are you looking for the view of the?
The one with all the measurements, the various lines.
The other one that Zoom pans out and shows the proposed.
No, she had it right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good right there.
That one.
Can you tell me again where the measurement for the 700 feet is taken from? Is it in the top left corner there?
Yes, sir.
Is that the closest exterior wall to the school?
It's the closest exterior wall to where the commercial cannabis activity is occurring. The code was written in this way because businesses are co-located in shopping malls and different commercial areas where the business may not have an actual exterior wall. So the intent is to do the measurement from where the activity is occurring. So on this particular one, the activity is occurring on the Wilshire end, and there's no exterior wall touching the actual storefront where the commercial cannabis activity is occurring, which is why we're not measuring from the back of the facility.
There's no exterior wall in the back?
Not adjacent to the commercial cannabis activity that's occurring.
Well, but somewhere between the front of that building on Wilshire and the back of that building, commercial cannabis activities taking place. Is that correct?
Commercial cannabis activity is occurring within the front exterior wall and the back exterior wall, but the applicant is not engaged in commercial cannabis activity through the back of the wall. So that is not associated with the actual activity from which we're measuring from. So the closest exterior wall to the activity is the one that's actually, the activity is actually touching in this case.
This is Vice President Nash again. Have you determined that there's no commercial cannabis activity in the back half of that building? And that's why you're concluding that the closest wall is the wall on Wilshire?
Yes, sir. The retail storefront component is occurring on the front half of the building adjacent to Wilshire. The retail space does not go all the way to the back of the building.
But do you know how far back it does go?
If you give me a minute, I can look that up, sir.
This is Vice President Nash again. Please take your time. Is it safe to say that if you did measure from the back of that building, the part of the building farthest away from Wilshire, would you be within 700 feet or would you also be outside 700 feet?
If you measured from the back of the building, it would be within 700 feet. I think it was like 600.
I asked that question because I don't want to waste time if it isn't an issue either way.
The retail storefront runs 34 feet back from the Wilshire side. And so there's still there's somewhere between 25 and 30 feet between where the activity ceases and where the back wall is. If we measured from where the activity ceased within the building, it would be outside of 700 feet.
Can you give me those dimensions again of the building, where the retail activity is occurring and where it's not?
It's 45 10.
So if we're looking at the image on the screen, the top left-hand corner is where the activity is occurring. And from the top left-hand corner back, it's about 35 feet into the facility. So it goes about 2/3 of the way into the building.
This is Emily Watt from the City Attorney's Office. Would it be helpful at this point for Jason to maybe make up or for the commission rather, to request Mr. Colleen to make a mock-up of the different lines that you're interested in so that there's greater clarification for all the commission members?
This is Vice President Nash. Are you saying at this time or at a later date?
Either, it's just of your choosing.
It might be necessary, but I think we're getting close to resolving the issue. Correct me if I'm wrong. It sounds like if you measure from the inside of the building, the commercial cannabis activity is taking place more than half the distance of that interior of the building.
Correct.
Well, to me, then that would mean that the wall you would measure from would be the back wall of that building because that's the closest to where the commercial cannabis activity is taking place.
The department has a different interpretation based on using the literal fact that the retail activity is touching the exterior wall along Wilshire and it doesn't actually touch the back wall. So the closest exterior wall for the activity is the Wilshire side. We're measuring from where the activity occurs, not the closest exterior wall for the building parcel where if we were to think about a mall, you may have a unit on the north west corner of the mall where the activity is occurring. And then, of course, the southeast corner of the mall may be closest to the school. We wouldn't measure from the southeast corner to the school to determine whether or not the activity is we would select the northwest corner because that's the closest to where the activity is occurring, not the exterior wall that's closest to the sensitive use that's unrelated to the commercial cannabis activity.
Can you remind me exactly what the language says in terms of interpreting the distance?
The distance between any commercial cannabis activity and any sensitive use with exclusive use of the parcel upon which it is located shall be the horizontal distance measured in a straight line without regard to intervening structures from the closest exterior wall of the commercial cannabis activity to the closest parcel boundary of the sensitive use.
This is Vice President Nash again. My interpretation of that, and I've been wrong in the past, but it is that if the commercial cannabis activity is taking place in more than half of that building, then I think by definition, the closest exterior wall is the back wall furthest away from Wilshire. And you disagree with that?
I disagree with it, and the way the department has done these measurements is based on the activity and the distance to an exterior wall, and given the fact that the activity is actually touching the exterior wall in Wilshire, that is literally the closest exterior wall to the activity, and not choosing a wall that is not adjacent to the activity. That's how we've done the measurements. And it comes into play, especially if they had, hypothetically, if they were to have a distribution or a delivery license on the back end of that property, touching the exterior wall, we would measure 600 feet from that activity for sensitive uses. And we would still use the Wilshire side for the retail activity.
Vice President Nash, okay, we definitely interpret that a little bit differently.
Is it because the point of entrance and egress is in the front of the building as opposed to the back of the building? Or the point of sale is closer to the front of the building as opposed to 34 feet back or the rear of the building?
Correct. If customers were coming in from the back of the building and entering it, and that's where their retail space started, then we would measure from the back of the building. But in this circumstance, they have the entrance on the Wilshire side and customers are coming in there and they don't have free reign to go to the back of the building.
This is Commissioner Melendez for Jason. So for the layout, so we have a commercial part of this business that is touching Wilshire. And are they growing behind the commercial area? Or is that used for storage? In the space between the wall, after the 35 feet that Commissioner Nash is talking about, that's goes from there to the actual rear wall, what goes on between that space of where the retail ends and the and then where the retail section of this ends, that's it.
There's a security room. There's a bathroom in the back of the facility. There's a Lazy Daisy cafe and patio under the blue portion of the parcel. And then of course there's a KFC restaurant on the north right part of the parcel. So there's different occupants within the facility. There's, bathrooms and other things at the rear of the facility and the stairwell to get between the floors.
So this business is part of a small group of businesses, and it's toward it touches the Wilshire side of the street, correct? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We're gonna move on beyond this. I think we've established that Vice President Nash has a different interpretation than the department with respect to how the measurement takes place. Is that correct?
This is Vice President Nash. That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the department beyond this concern? Okay, thank you so much. Do we have an applicant's representative present? I believe we do.
There's one present and then
One
there's
on
one
the-
on the virtual
Okay.
meeting.
Please state your name for the record, your relationship to the business, and together you will have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Sure, I would want my partner to go first, but my name is Douglas Samuels. And I'm the social applicant for this business.
Okay.
Caller with phone number ending in 4510, please state your name and your relationship to the applicant. You have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Hi, Commission, everybody. Corey, Andrew, the gentleman who did the measurements. First of all, I'm having a stroke. But I wanted to thank you all very, very much for your kindness and
Sir,
patience.
can you please state your name and how you represent the applicant?
Sure. My name is Aram Homampur, and I'm an owner.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you so much, and forgive me for that. I was there in person. Unfortunately, I have a job. I have been monitoring. I thought it was very important to be there in person. But I've been on this call the entire time, just to let the entire commission know how important this all is. I wanted to thank Corey and Andrew and all of the staff there for their patience, and some people are very impatient and they don't understand that this is an ever-changing process. So I'm grateful to all of you. We have absolutely no interest in being a negative neighbor, none whatsoever. We are four entities that are of the highest ethics, highest standards. We intend to comply with no shortcuts with every single rule and regulation that comes up. I have seen some of the uncomfortable, sometimes nonsensical regulations, but knowing that it's a work in progress, you guys have all continuously adjusted and adopted. Even the state has done so. So I have a firm belief that that this process is ultimately going to be just seamless and perfect, and we can never satisfy everybody. I wanted to mention and Doug there, he was kind enough to sit there and wait this entire time. He's a social equity applicant. We have not opened. We have spent $350,000. We have been paying rent because at the time we needed to provide a lease, and nobody was willing to wait till we had a license. Obviously, we got lucky that landlord gave us some time, but we've been paying rent there. One of the things that I wanted to mention that we would be doing for the community as well, cannabis is coming into its own, and it has some benefits and so on. I'm sober 20 years, and I'm not California sober. I don't use cannabis. I don't drink wine. I know that any substance can be abused. And this is where all of the sensitivity comes from, where all of the fear comes from. Now, if you ask me, social media might be a little bit worse than a lot of things out there, but I have sponsored many people addicted to marijuana. So to that end, I just wanted to say that part of our community outreach is going to be making some donations to some program that either education or treatment with regard to preferably education. Once the process has started, it's very difficult to stop. About the dangers of becoming addicted and what to look out for. I can only promise the commission that who you're talking to, and I really wish I was there in person, we really have the highest standards, ethical, moral standards and obligation to our community, and not just the community, but to the world around us. This is not a business where people are going to make millions of dollars overnight. It's a tough business. There's a lot of taxation, which is going to help the community. Partners have a passion in this field, and my participation is to make sure that I can contribute on the other side to educate. I thank the commission for its time. I thank you all for your diligence in reviewing the application. We are desperate to open. We're bleeding money, but God willing, we'll be able to get open soon. That will conclude my remarks unless someone has questions of me. And Doug, if you have anything to add, please do.
Thank you.
Otherwise, yeah.
So, I like to say some
You
words
have
of,
three
yes, I
minutes.
see that. Thank you, dear. We did find, it was a difficult time to find this location in Brentwood. We had searched for about 6 months, and at that time, of course, no landlords would say yes. And we finally got a yes, and then we went to the DCR, and they were able to put us in the queue for these inspections and put us in line for the application. Then I also wanted to state to the commission that I'm planning on doing 100% of the regulations legally to the letter. And also I want to have 100% safe and pure products in my store. And for the application, I wanted to thank Corey Blake, although he didn't answer my last email. But anyway, other than that, yes, I'd like to be in 100% compliance with all the laws and regulations. Any questions?
This is Commissioner Lim. Assuming you get your annual license, when do you think you'll be ready to open?
We should be open within 2 weeks. I think we want to have the grand opening in about 2 weeks.
This is,
Yes,
forgive me,
Harm?
Commissioner Lynn. We are, sorry, Doug,
Sure.
we have cleared all but CEQA, with the DCR, with the state. So.
Yes, yes.
as
Oh,
of
that, I forgot
yesterday-
to mention that. Sorry.
Yeah, we were just waiting for the state. So, we still have a little bit of, time for them to finish, but I was advised that it should be in the next week or so.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
This is President Mason. Thank you both for being here. I did hear you speak to wanting to be a good neighbor.
Yes.
I didn't hear a lot of acknowledgement, if you will, of your moral, legal, and ethical responsibilities, given, although you're legally within the required limits.
Thank you.
You are still close to a sensitive use site. There is the potential for someone to come into your store
Can I
and
address
purchase
that?
product
Sure.
and resell it to students off your property. And so if you could
Yes.
make me feel a little better about
Oh,
that.
most definitely. We're gonna abide by all the rules and regulations. We will do all the service out the front door. If there's anybody using marijuana or other illicit drugs near the premises, we would definitely put a halt to that. We're gonna have 100% security with from all the open hours from 8 to 10 o'clock at night. We'll have a security guard. All those issues will be addressed according to the Bureau of Regulation, Department of Regulation, I'm sorry.
Mhm.
And then, yes, I hope to do, some community outreach type situations when I get situated in the business.
And this is Aram, President. I was hoping that, oh my God, so we do have cameras. It breaks my heart to think that that's is a very real possibility. And I was hoping that my comments, there would be inference, that there would be of the utmost vigilance. There are exterior cameras that can be monitored. There can be walkarounds done that we will do to make sure that this doesn't happen. There's like, if some customer keeps coming in and then exiting and is buying we'll put I promise you, I'll put a plan into place to detect this, because I'm a 20-year sober person. You know, I remember having people buy beer for me. I know what that looks like. I know what it looks like to, unfortunately, well, thank God for me, I don't know what it looks like to have somebody buy weed for me, because I'm 20 years sober, but we will put into place systems that would detect this, like monitoring the outside cameras to see if there's any handoffs being done. That person would be immediately reported to the LAPD. Immediately. We obviously have all of their information because we sold it, but we sold them the product. And if any type of that conduct is being done out of that retail location, out of P22, you have my word on every holy book that we will do everything in our power to happen.
Okay,
Sorry, I get past
heard his response, and so you are aware of the potential for this to go in a direction that you really don't want it in, and you are prepared to put contingencies in place to address what you can imagine happening, potentially happening.
I have a good imagination, and I will be speaking with the partners. And yes, I'm absolutely, we are absolutely prepared to take action to mitigate even the possibility of it. The idea that I would report them to the police is that we would want to prevent this, not have it happen and then report it. That would be a last measure, of course. Committed to implementing, and they don't need to be in any rule books. There's an ethical and moral obligation to make sure that non-adults are not able to access marijuana as a result of our existence.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. And thank you for stating that on the record. Commissioners, any other
Yeah.
concerns, questions?
Mr. Melendez, have you, should we grant you a license, would you be interested in making sure you have some kind of a liaison or open communication with the school that's near you?
But this is RM speaking. There should be no problem with that. I mean, that would be if the school has somebody that they want to assign to liaise, and I would be more than happy to be that person. Heck, I'll even do lectures at their school about drug addiction and the potentials and how it works and so on. Absolutely would be open to that. Absolutely. To that end, to any neighbor, but particularly the school. If the school notices that they're all of a sudden, because we open, that kids are getting high, then we have to do something.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Yeah. This Commissioner Lim, the total square footage of the retail space is 1,105 square feet. Can you give me the width and the depth of that, the retail space? On the Wilshire side, what's the width of that and how deep does it go?
I think Arm would have to answer
well, because there's so the I don't have measurements of just the front part, but you're talking about the entire store itself.
that. No,
Your total project site is 1,630 square feet. The retail space is 1,105. And I'm trying to get the dimension of the 1,105. What is, on the Wilshire side, what is the width of it? And how deep does it go back?
Okay, let me see if I can give you
And an estimate.
I can give you an
Fine.
estimate. It's probably around 15 feet wide, something in that range, and then.
That's correct.
Yeah, and then it
It
goes
is
back
15.
about, I would say, 35 to 40 feet, I'm sorry, was it 45 feet
40
or so?
Yeah. Okay, so within the 40 feet deep, where is the counter, the checkout space?
It's right
Is
at
it
the
halfway,
front.
2/3?
It's around half.
Oh,
I
no,
believe. Or
much smaller. Huh?
I think it's around
Go
20
ahead.
feet back, I think. Yeah, it's around 20 feet back. If my memory serves me correctly. You're 20 and 25 feet. I can't. That's a good guesstimation.
I'm trying to pull up some maps here.
So if it's 20,
He's asking about the back counter, the counter where we check out, Orem.
so taking Vice
Yeah.
President Nash's mathematics, if it's 25 feet deep, aren't we still within the 700
Yeah.
of distance from the school?
Not, so Assistant Executive Director Jason Clean, we've pulled up an image from ZMIS. The bottom middle is the school, and I've got it set up for a 700-foot radius from the parcel boundaries of the school. The property in question is the property that has the C2-1. It's towards the top left-hand side of the image, just south of the red arrow in Wilshire Boulevard. It's the building that has the blue roof running down the middle. You can see that 700 feet basically gets to the edge of the blue roof. The retail activity is happening outside of 700 feet of the school. And the approved premises diagram could not be modified to allow them to get into the 700-foot radius to the school. So basically, they're kind of locked in to only operating the commercial cannabis activity outside of that full 700-foot radius.
I'm sorry, it's getting late, so. What Vice President Nash was saying was his interpretation. Even assuming that, under that interpretation, we're still outside the 700 feet from the school.
Yes. If I interpreted Vice President Nash's
Which I
question,
understand you
it
disagree with it, but just
if
assuming.
if we measured from the back wall, it's within the blue boundary. So the location wouldn't comply by about 15 feet.
15 feet beyond 700.
No, it would be within the 700 feet.
685 feet.
Oh, I see.
But we're not in that back.
Okay.
But we're not in that back area.
Right, because even assuming. Right, as you pointed out in the back area there is usually storage.
The storage and the
Storage
safe
area.
and the bathroom.
And it has no.
And all the, sorry.
Please let me, I'm trying to help you.
Okay, sorry.
The back of that blue roof area is for storage and bathroom and is not for sale and for general use for the customers.
Absolutely, yes.
The customers' ingress and egress is through Wilshire, and the access that they have is only in the first 25 feet of Wilshire Boulevard. Is that correct?
Yes.
So if that's the case, if it's in the middle of the blue roof, we're outside the 700 feet. So assuming we take Vice President Nash's interpretation, which I understand you completely disagree with, but aren't we still within outside of 700 feet? Because the retail commercial area was done at a minimum in the middle or in the front of the blue roof area.
Yes, that is correct. The commercial cannabis activity is occurring outside of 700 feet of the school.
This is Vice President Nash. The building with the bluish roof depicted on the image on the screen, you lease the entire building?
We have a portion of the building. We have the upstairs and then the commercial part that we're doing the. Well, I'm sorry, it could be, I don't know the specifics.
Do you?
I understand that we're renting what the landlord required us to rent.
Do you lease any, there's one end of the building that is closest to Wilshire Boulevard.
Yes.
And the opposite end, do you lease any of that building at the total opposite end from Wilshire?
Not the neighbors. I mean, the only thing is it's a connected building. We don't, we have a bit, we're trying to open the business there from the Wilshire side to the back of the building. But all the retail is going to be in the front.
This is Emily Watt.
Maybe I don't understand the question. I'm sorry.
This is Emily Watt from the City Attorney's Office. I think at this point, it might be helpful. You could ask the applicant without revealing their confidential business premises, which may represent a security concern. But he can perhaps, as in a deposition, do a very skeletal drawing of what the building looks like and then where his business premises is within that building, so you can get a better understanding of it and have that admitted as part of the record.
This Vice President Nash, well, I don't think I'm asking him to disclose anything confidential.
No, but I think you're having a hard time because what we can ascertain thus far is that it is a large building. He doesn't occupy the whole thing.
No.
And you're trying to understand what portion does he occupy? And I think there's a verbal communication issue in ascertaining that issue.
Can I address that? I believe that the landlord had divided the side of the building, maybe when he had a vacancy. And then that was the part that we're renting from, because it
Right,
was,
but it's
it
not
was,
clear.
it was shared.
I understand the building is
was shared.
is multiple tenants,
Yes.
but the commission is having a hard time ascertaining where exactly you sit and how much you sit in
I
that building.
understand.
So it's up to the commission, but I'm just proposing as a possible solution, if you'd like him to draw a square on a picture that represents the building and then draw whatever shape it is inside that building that represents the portion that he's in.
I think Vice President Nash is a simple question. If you look at this
Yes.
blue, long rooftop
Mhm.
that's there, do you occupy that whole building in that blue rooftop? It's a yes or no?
No, it's a no.
Okay, so you
We share that.
occupy
It's a shared.
you share, so the back part of this long blue building is not,
It would be the
your
west
building.
side, the west side of the building.
So this is Vice President Nash. Wilshire is the east side of the building.
No,
Wilshire's the north.
the north. The entrance is on the north side of the building. And then-
Wilshire's
and
the
then so
north,
what
and
I'm
the back of that
describing
building would
is
be
the
which
share-
direction?
The share is on the west side, so like the part that we are occupying from
So-
the building.
I think the question we're asking is very simple.
Okay.
It's at the south. Who is occupying the south of the blue? So if Wilshire is north, who's occupying the south end of that blue roof building?
Well, it's a share. We both occupy it, the Lazy Daisy Cafe and then us, and then, because the building is split down the middle.
I see, okay.
Yes, yes.
So on the north side, the blue long item
I think you
has has 2 or 3 different buildings and they all go back.
Absolutely.
And so on the south side of the blue roof that we're looking at is occupied by all 3.
Yes.
Tenants that you have there.
It's the access, yes.
Yeah, I looked at the Google map and I saw the Suzy Q and the fitness. That's your neighbors
Joint
next to you.
tenant.
Thank you, Commissioner. Lam.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Melendez. Do you have your California provisional licenses as well? Your state?
Yes, RM just addressed that.
No.
that- Go ahead, RM.
They've completed everything, but they've completed everything. They verified yesterday, everything's complete except for the CEQA. So it's on the CEQA desk right now, and that should be done any day now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any further questions for the applicant? Okay, we are open for deliberations.
This is Commissioner Melendez. So, so the state has a 600-foot radius. That's their requirement. So this falls under the state. Now, the city is different. It has 700 square feet, right? So when you look at where they're at and what Jason has told us where they measure from as the city, they fall under, it's fine, it complies. When you start to want to go back from the back wall and you start to go back where not as much, nobody opens up a business and puts all their and puts everything in the back of the building. You're trying to sell it, you put it by the window in the front. So for me, if the state was willing to give them their temporary and this has been presented to us as a council by and it's vetted, through Jason and the commission. I'm more apt to go with their recommendation than go through and just start measuring this building and trying to figure out, what part actually is going to cross into the school district if the state is okay with it at 600 feet.
But the state and the city has a different.
It's true, but the city's 700.
Right.
So I'm willing to go with the 700, but the city recommended at 700 feet that this would be okay, that this complies.
Right. And I agree with, I understand it has been the policies and procedure of the department to measure from the outer wall of where the commercial activity takes place. And I think for us as the commission to go against that finding is going to open up a huge liability to the city because of the reliance that all these owners have taken in regards them saying they're outside of the sensitive use area. So I think we should defer to the department and their interpretation and have them study it further. But I think for purpose of today, it's the department has said they're outside the 700 sensitive zone, and I don't think we're in a position to question that. Thank you.
This is Vice President Nash. I look at it like this. You're supposed to measure the distance to the closest exterior wall to the commercial cannabis activity. And because they're utilizing at least more than half of that building for commercial cannabis activity, my interpretation is that the south wall, the one away from Wilshire, is the closest to the commercial cannabis activity. And you could even say that even if that area on the south side, farthest from Wilshire, is being utilized just for storage or bathrooms or anything else, if it's storage and bathroom use for a cannabis dispensary, that should also be considered commercial cannabis activity.
Okay, well, we have to consider, this is President Mason, and we have to consider this based on the code as it is written. With all due respect to Vice President Nash's interpretation of what should be, we have to operate in the realm of what is at this point in time. And maybe this is something the department can look at in more detail going forward and perhaps reconsider how they measure. However, as has been said by Commissioner Lim, we have to pick and choose our battles and what wormholes we want to open for the city to have to litigate
And
if we go down that road.
well, it's not the statute is a statute, but its interpretation is that the department has one interpretation and Vice President Nash has another interpretation. And my position is that I don't think we as commissioner should be challenging the interpretation of the department in a hearing like this, where we are looking at whether to approve or not approve a license. I think that's something that we need to study and analyze further and deal with that issue in regards to interpretation, because that's something that the department would then have to change their position as to what the interpretation of the statute is.
Well, I think he's right to raise interpretation, and he gets to vote his conscience on that issue. I don't think this is the wrong forum for it, but it's not a forum where we're going to reach a consensus. It's not. So with that being said, do we have a motion?
This is Commissioner Lim in regards to agenda number 28, DCR core record number 320-026 for the business located at 11906 West Wilshire Boulevard. I make a motion to adopt the staff report dated July 15, 2024.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Nay.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commission.
And we're going to pause for a brief recess. The time is 9:04. I do apologize. We should be returning no later than 9:10. I do mean brief. Thank you so much.
We may resume.
Thank you. The time is 9:20 and we are resuming with item number 29. DCR core record number DCR core record number 310202. This is a request from Happy Greenz Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within 11,762 square foot commercial building located at 748 to 750 South Vermont Avenue. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have a speaker card, nor is there a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Thank you. Then at this time, we'll hear from department staff.
Good evening. My name is Corey Blake, a licensing supervisor, and I will present item number 29 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 310202 is associated with Happy Greenz Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The business is located in the Wilshire Community Plan area within Council District 10. The business premises is located at 748 South Vermont Avenue, a parcel zoned for neighborhood office commercial purposes. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of July 23, 2021. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-0000807-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through April 28th, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. Social equity applications are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 104.20. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC 104.20 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about June 21st, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. 2 virtual community meetings were held on Friday, July 5th, 2024, 9 to 11 a.m. and Thursday, July 11th, 2024, from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. During the meetings, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the second community meeting. In general, oral and written comments provided by the public were in favor of the application. Employees of the store are grateful for the opportunity to work there and grow with the industry as well as give back to the community. A patron commented on how during the season, the store always gives back to the community via special events and makes the hour-long drive just to shop there. Staff reports list a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons that LAMC Section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, a proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements, none of the applicable exceptions apply. Is it appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt? Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. And that concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for department staff?
This is Commissioner Lim. In the summary, it states that a recent compliance inspection was done on July 3, 2024, but we don't have the report or the result of the July 3rd inspection.
Yes.
Good evening, Commissioners. This is Hector Ali Khan, Enforcement Supervisor. Yes, a compliance inspection was conducted on July 3rd. The notice to comply has been drafted and will be sent out shortly. There were 4 items that were identified. The first item was related to camera placement in the retail space. So when a customer is purchasing product, the facial recognition or facial features need to be identified by the customer and the sales associate. On this particular instance, the sales associate space wasn't recognized during the playback. So they just have to adjust the cameras, show us confirmation of that. The second item is confirmation of the 90-day recording, the requirement for 90-day recording on the video surveillance equipment. Something similar that happens at the majority of these compliance inspections. And as well as giving us a security plan statement, standard operating procedures, just providing that document to our compliance inspector so they can confirm. And then the training records, that's another thing that was identified. This individual did not maintain training records of their employees. That's just something they need to put together, send it to us as document, and then we can confirm that. Those are the 4 items. Since we haven't sent out the notice to correct at this point, they have not confirmed any corrective action.
This is Commissioner Melendez Hector. These are all NTAs, just the little.
Notice to correct.
There's no NTCs, I mean, right?
Yes.
And this Commissioner Lim, all 4 are minor violations.
That is correct.
Thank you. Any other questions for compliance?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Madam President, just like to, at this time, Corey Blake, License Inspector, just like to orally amend our staff report to include CED's compliance inspection report.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
We do have representatives here on behalf of the applicant. You may finally approach the podium.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm gonna keep this brief. I know it's been a long day for us both. First and foremost, I want to start with what the DCR was saying before of our notice to.
So first and foremost, you got to state your name for the record and your relationship.
Sorry
to the,
about that.
Business.
My name is Irving Silva and I'm the manager at Happy Green.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Anna Davsan and I'm also manager at Happy Green.
Okay.
Yes, so as I was saying, I wanted to get into the 4 things that they had. It was a notice to fix. We had the camera footage that it was on the opposite side of where it was supposed to be. We had fixed that. We also had the SOPs, the standard operation procedures. It was my first time doing it. So we had it in an area where I didn't see it, or else I could have shown the DCR as well. We can easily send that over to them, which is easy. Also the training that they were talking about, we all have them filled out and everything. We just needed to complete the dates. Everything of all our employees are there, trainings and everything. It was just the dates where 1 or 2 were missing that we had to fix. And I believe they had said one more thing.
Your 90-day recording.
Oh yeah, we passed that. They, from what I know, when they were there that day, we have more than 90 days. I just wanted to confirm that we were more than happy to send them again if they need it, but we've done all of those. And then I want to continue to say, we are here to represent Happy Green, the social equity store located in Koreatown neighborhood. At Happy Green, we are dedicated to making a positive impact in the lives and those around us. We believe in building strong relationships to the community we serve, and we are proud ourselves are delivering exceptional customer service. We are friendly and knowledgeable staff are providing personalized and shopping experience for everyone. That we are ensuring that every customer leaves our store truly valued, supported, and satisfied. Our security team is dedicated in serving the community and protecting. They go beyond their duties to ensure the safety and well-being of our customers, employees, and neighbors around us. We hire our locals knowing that they are the backbone of our community. we do constant trainings with them, so they are up to date with everything they need to know. And we are also here for, sorry about that. Our timely tax compliances, we're always up to date with them. We also prioritize compliances with the city and state laws, regulations, and industry standards. Happy Green has received its health department permit over a year ago. We also have a building safety permit and a fire department permit in place. We also want to extend our sincere appreciation to the DCR and the commissioners for granting us this opportunity to serve the community through Happy Green. We also want to thank the Social Equity Program for helping us and the Seed Grant Program, Businesses Licenses and Compliance Assistance Program for accessing online courses. We're also here for any questions that the commission has for us.
Thank you for anticipating the social equity question component and providing that information. I do have a question. So is it your testimony that when you receive the notice to comply, the very next day you'll be like, bam, we're done?
No, actually, we never received notice.
I said, when you
Oh,
receive.
Okay, yeah, everything is done already. And once we receive it, we will send all the pictures if they require pictures, SOP, the format that they will require. It's ready.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions for the applicant?
Oh, this is Commissioner Lim. It's not a question, it's a comment. Number one, I want to, you received 6 favorable comments from the community to open up your premises. The fact that you're 100% owned by social equity is quite impressive. And finally, the fact that you fixed all these items even before you received the notice to correct is very diligent, and I commend you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other comments? Okay, and no questions. Then we are open to deliberation. To Commissioner Lim's point, the 4 offenses are minor and have, by their testimony on the record, already been complied with, so I don't see any roadblocks here to a decision.
This is Vice President Nash. I don't see any either.
Okay, then I think we're done with deliberation. We have a motion.
This is Commissioner Lim in regards to number 29, DCR core record number 310202 for the business located at 748 to 750 South Vermont Avenue. I make a motion to adopt the staff report dated July 15, 2024.
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank
you.
you.
You're welcome. Item number 30 is DCR core record number 310113. This is a request from CWD Alliance LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 5,462 square foot commercial building located at 641 North Sepulveda Boulevard. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have any speaker cards, nor is there a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from staff.
Good evening. My name is Corey Blake, a licensing supervisor, and I will present item number 30 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 310113 is associated with CWD Alliance LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The business is located in the Bel Air, Beverly Crest Community Plan area within Council District 5. The business premises is located at 641 North Sepulveda Boulevard, Los Angeles 90049, a parcel zone for commercial purposes. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of May 31st, 2023. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-0001279-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through May 7th, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. Social equity applications are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 104.20. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity applicants must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant, a proportional right to vote into the profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC 104.20 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about June 21st, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to all owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. 2 virtual community meetings were held, one on Friday, July 5th, 2024, 9 to 11 a.m., and Thursday, July 11th, 2024, from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. During the meetings, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the second community meeting. In general, oral and written comments provided by the public were positive. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. A compliance inspection was conducted by the department on May 13th, 2024. A representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt a recommendation included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. And that concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Any questions for staff before compliance team approaches? Okay, hearing none, you can get right back up.
Good evening, Commissioners. Hector Alicon, Supervisor Enforcement Division. Yes, there was a compliance inspection conducted on May 15th and a notice to correct was issued on July 2nd. There was one deficiency identified and it was just notification or a log for access to limited access areas, just to track non-employee access into these areas. Since then, they have confirmed corrective action. So all the noted deficiencies have been corrected.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Melissa, and this is just a minor violation, correct?
That is, well, that's a moderate,
Moderate.
but it's been corrected.
Okay.
Any other questions for compliance? Hearing none, we do have, thank you.
Thank you.
We do have a representative here. Or we did, or are they on the phone?
I believe they were supposed to be on the phone. If the applicant's representative is on the virtual meeting, please dial *9 to raise your hand.
No, we don't have a speaker card. We have a speaker card for number 31.
Assistant Executive Director Jason Kleen, we confirmed that Cameron Hart, who is one of the owners of the business entity, was going to call in.
I see, sorry, there's 2 raised hands now.
Okay.
Now it's 1. Caller with phone number ending in 7354, Please state your name and your relationship to the applicant. You have 10 minutes to address the commission.
President Mason, commissioners, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
Ernie.
This is Narek Vardanian. I am the compliance consultant for CWD Alliance. Good evening to everyone. Thank you for your time and consideration. I will keep this short. I know everyone has families to go home to, but I must thank the DCR and their executive team and all the analysts for the amazing job that they're doing. It's an immense task that they've been handed, and they've stepped up to the plate. We are privileged to be doing business in the Bel Air Beverly Crest community plan. We've reached out to the neighborhood council. They have not gone back to us, but we'll keep that door open and that line of communication open because it's very important. Other than that, like I said, I want to keep it short, but I did want to make ourselves available to answer any questions that the commission may have. And we humbly submit to the DCR's recommendation for our annual license.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the representative?
This is Commissioner Lim. You just stated that you did make an offer to meet with neighborhood council. However, the report that we have states that there's no evidence of offer to meet with the neighborhood council. No, there's no.
But Commissioner Lim, we did reach out to the neighborhood council. We have evidence of that. We submitted it. And if you'll allow me to get back to you, I can get back to you with evidence of that if the analyst doesn't already have that.
Assistant Executive Director, Jason Glean, I just went through the DCR licensing account and we do have, we were CC'd on their communication to the neighborhood council offering to meet with them. So we did get receipt of that.
Can we amend the report to reflect that we do have evidence of offer to meet with neighborhood council?
With your permission, I would recommend orally amending this report to reflect the fact that the applicant has satisfied the requirement to reach out to the neighborhood council, and we do have evidence that they did that.
This is Commissioner Lim, I want to commend you that you only had one moderate violation, which is commendable, considering there's over 40 different potential citations.
Thank you, Commissioner Lim.
Commissioners, any other questions for the applicant, concerns, accolades? Okay, then thank you for calling in. At this time, we will move to deliberations, if any. Okay, hearing none, then we will move for a motion.
This is Commissioner Lim in regards to Agenda 30 DCR core record number 310113 for the business located at 641 North Sepulveda Boulevard. I make a motion that we adopt the staff report as orally modified today.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We are on to item 31, DCR core record number 311218. This is a request from LA Fresh Farms Retail to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 6,875 square foot commercial building located at 2508 South San Pedro Street. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have a speaker card, nor is there a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Thank you. At this time, we'll hear from department staff. Oh, no. We're not ready for you yet. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Corey Blake, licensing supervisor with the Department of Cannabis Regulation. I will present item number 31 for the department. DCR core record number 311218 is associated with LA Fresh Farms Retail. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The business is located in the Southeast Los Angeles Community Plan area within Council District 9. The business premises is located at 2508 through 2510 South San Pedro Street, Los Angeles, 90011, a parcel zone for community commercial purposes. The applicant has not yet been issued temporary approval by DCR. However, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR rules and regulations and is in the process of completing all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant does not currently possess a state provisional license to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. Social equity applications are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 104.20. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social applicant, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC Section 104.20 in their agreements, among other requirements. On or about June 21, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. 2 virtual community meetings were held on Friday, July 5th, 2024, 9 to 11 a.m. and Thursday, July 11th, 2024, from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. During the meetings, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR has also accepted online written input through the date of the second community meeting. DCR did not receive any oral or written testimony for this applicant. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission to adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. And that concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Okay, thank you. Then at this time, the applicant's representative may approach the podium. State your name for the record, your relationship to the applicant, and you will have 10 minutes.
Good evening, Madam President, Commission, DCR. My name is Brian Stippy. I'm the social equity applicant for LA Fresh Farms, and we're here to seek our annual license. I'm glad to be the last one here. If you have any questions, you know that.
This is Commissioner Lim. Do you have evidence that you did reach out to neighborhood council?
Yes, I do, Commissioner.
The report says that we don't have that evidence.
Jason Glean, Assistant Executive Director. Yes, Commissioner Lim. The applicant reached out to the neighborhood council on July 3rd. The staff member who prepared the report did not have evidence, but the applicant did send in evidence over the weekend. Unfortunately, the report was already done and published, but I can confirm that the applicant did submit it, and I would like to orally amend the report to reflect that the applicant did reach out to the neighborhood council as required by the municipal code on July 3rd of 2024.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, then thank you for hanging out with us.
I love it.
all
Thank
day
you.
long. Thank you. We appreciate your patience. At this time, we are entering deliberations, if any. Okay, then may I have a motion?
This is Commissioner Lim in regards to DCR core record number 311218 for business located 2508 South St. Pedro Street. I make a motion to adopt the staff report dated July 15, 2024 with the oral modification set forth in today's hearing.
This is Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizel, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. And item number 32 is DCR Core Record number 100063. This is a request from Studio City Caregivers, Inc. to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 1,295 square foot commercial building located at 3625 West Cahuenga Boulevard. Mr. Vizel, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We have a raised hand. I'm not sure if this is the applicant or the neighborhood council. Okay, I will call on them. Caller with phone number ending in 6093. Please state whether you're with the neighborhood council.
Hi, this is Ming Fong. I'm with the applicant.
Okay, we will mute you for now and call you when the commission president calls for the applicant's representative.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good evening. Name's Corey Blake, licensing supervisor, and I will present item number 32 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 100063 is associated with Studio City Caregivers Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The business is located in the Sherman Oaks, Studio City, Toluca Lake, Cahuenga Pass Community Plan area within Council District 4. The business premises is located at 3623 through 31 West Cahuenga Boulevard and 3626 through 28 Fredonia Drive, Los Angeles, 90068, a parcel zone for general commercial purposes. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of November 2nd, 2020. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-00037-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through May 5th, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. On or about June 21st, 2024, DCR provided notice of the Community Meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to all owners and occupants of a property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. 2 virtual community meetings were held, one on Friday, July 5th, 2024, 9 to 11 a.m., and Thursday, July 11th, 2024, from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the second community meeting. There is 1 comment provided in favor of this applicant. The staff reports a list of number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission to adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. And that concludes the department's presentation.
The last one of the night. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Okay, hearing none. We do have an applicant's representative in the queue.
Caller with phone number ending in 6093. Please state your name and how you represent the applicant. You have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Hello?
Yes, please state your
Hi,
name and
can
how
you
you
guys hear me?
represent the commission, I'm sorry, the applicant.
My name is Ming Fong, and I'm the owner of Studio City Caregivers, DBA marked dispensary. Ladies and gentlemen of the commission, I'm sorry I couldn't make it today, but I was attending the neighborhood council at 6 o'clock in Hollywood Hills West. So I was able to basically tell them our business operations and what we kind of do for the community. And long story short, President Anastasia Mann and the community members did vote 17-0 to approve us being in the neighborhood. And I do represent Studio City Caregivers, operating under the name Market Dispensary. For more than 17 years, we have been an integral part of this community, serving as one of the original licensed dispensaries in Los Angeles. Our journey has been one of dedication to both our customers and local community, all while striving to uplift and support the neighborhood we serve. We also do have a great legal cannabis counsel at Catchco, Vecchiello, and Terracomi. They helped us with licensing and regulatory for the past 10 years to make sure that we are compliant. Receive updates and advice from their firm on a regular basis to make sure we understand how all the new rules and regulations. As you know, with cannabis, it is constantly molding, so it is nice to have a good legal team to help us navigate through that. Throughout our years of operations, we have garnered the trust and support of our patrons, many of whom have been with us since the beginning. This loyalty is a testament to our commitment to providing quality service and safe product in a welcoming environment. At Marked, safety is paramount. We have invested in state-of-the-art security measures, including alarm and camera systems to ensure the protections of our premise and the surrounding area. Our cooperation with local law enforcement and our willingness to assist in monitoring the neighborhood for any suspicious activities demonstrate our dedication to being responsible members of the community. Tonight, I also did meet the chief of the North Hollywood Police Department, and he said we haven't been causing any problems, so that's a good sign. We also hired a 24-hour patrol service that does drive by our property every night, and they do fill out reports to see if there's any suspicious activities, not just on our property, but our neighboring properties as well. Moreover, we do take pride in our proactive approach to community engagement, from organizing annual toy and food drives during the holidays and to keep the street clean around our establishment. We do strive to make a positive impact beyond the walls of our dispensary. We also made donations to different nonprofits like the Wounded Warrior Foundation as well. It is important to acknowledge the challenges that we face, particularly in an environment where the legal landscape surrounding cannabis has been constantly evolving. We have worked diligently with our legal counsel to navigate these changes and maintain compliance in every step of the way. However, our journey is not without its obstacle. Despite being one of the few licensed dispensaries in the Cahuenga Pass, we have witnessed a lot of illegal cannabis stores in the area, and they do sell more than just cannabis and untested products. Nevertheless, we try to collaborate with local law enforcement and neighborhood councils to address these issues and uphold the integrity of our industry. Looking ahead, we are eager to expand our services and contribute even more to well-being of our community. Obtaining an annual license would not only solidify our commitment to compliance, but also enable us to continue providing safe and legal access to cannabis products for those who rely on them for medicinal and recreational purposes. In conclusion, I urge you to consider the invaluable role that Marked Dispensary plays in our community. We are not just a business, we are neighbors, friends, and partners in building a safer and more vibrant neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant? Okay, then we are moving on to the Deliberations. If any.
No, it seems like everything sounds good to me.
Okay. I have no concerns. Then, let's make this last motion happen, please.
This is Vice President Nash regarding item number 32, DCR core record number 100063 for the business located at 3625 West Coinga Boulevard. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated July 15, 2024.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Well, I think it's just us. The time is 10:01.
And so.
There's no air. The meeting is adjourned.
Oh.